Good afternoon, good morning everyone. It's Steve Lookner with Agenda Freight TV. It looks like Israel has killed Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar in Gaza. That is not 100% confirmed, but it certainly looks like that is the case. So we're waiting for the IDF to confirm that they have 100%, but all signs suggest that Israel has killed the leader of Hamas, Yahya Sinwar, in Gaza. So, again, we're waiting for a confirmation from them on this. Let me real quick fix something here. This audio is... What am I hearing? Is it from this? Oh yeah, the audio is just not great from Beirut. Anyways, so let me get you the latest. Let me get you the latest here. But again, all signs, oh, there's a rocket alert right now. Hold on, there's a rocket alert. Let me just update you on what's going on with the rocket alert. Kiryat Shimona, I don't have that camera right now. There's a rocket alert in Kiryat Shimona and right near it, Margialat, in northeastern Israel. I don't have that camera right now, so I'll let you know what I hear about that. Hang on, let me just see if anything got announced since I got on the air 2 minutes ago. The Israel says that they're checking on to confirm whether they killed him. Israel, there are photos floating around of a body that has been killed that looks just like Sinwar, and there's a bunch of different reports that basically say it's him, Khan News says the cabinet has received a personal and detailed update that Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar was eliminated. That's from Khan News. Khan News Israel says the cabinet ministers received a personal and detailed update that Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar was eliminated. And then N12 News reported, as Faytux News posted, N12 News said all the tests done indicate that Yahya Sinwar was eliminated. N12 News Israel says the building where Sinwar was staying was trapped. A booby trap, maybe? A vest full of grenades was found on the body. That's what N12 News is saying. But again, all the signs suggest that it's him. All the reporting we're hearing suggests that Israel has killed Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas. Israel had posted, if you go to my X account, I can't show it on the air, but I have reposted some of the photos which are reportedly of Yahya Sinwar's body. Yahya Sinwar is like the number one on Israel's Hamas want list. He is the leader of Hamas. He has been hiding in Gaza for basically since last October. Israel says it is investigating whether Hamas's top leader Sinwar was killed in Gaza. There he is right there in a picture from Associated Press. What does it mean for the hostages? I have no idea. Would somebody who takes over for Sinwar be willing to make a deal for hostages in a way that Sinwar was not? I do not know. I do not know. Israel themselves had posted, the IDF had said that during operations in Gaza, 3 terrorists were eliminated. They said they are checking whether one of them was Yahya Sinwar. They said in the building where the terrorists were eliminated in Gaza, there were no signs of the presence of hostages in the area. The forces that are operating in the area are continuing to operate with the required caution. That's what Israel said. But there's all kinds of reporting from Israeli media suggesting that it was him. Also, the photos certainly look like him. But, you know, what results would this have if he's dead? That I'm not sure. Hot Mess says, I am worried about the hostages. The Times of Israel says IDF troops says Hebrew media. The Times of Israel says Hebrew media reports that the Israeli troops were not targeting him and did not know he might be in the building where he was apparently killed. The Times of Israel says only after the troops went to inspect the damage did they find a body that strongly resembled him. Give me a moment here. Uh, 12 News Israel says the security establishment estimates with high probability Sinwar is dead. They say confirmation is expected to be given soon. Again, I can't post the photos, but if you go to my X account, which is @Lookner on X, you will see I have reposted photos there of the body, which certainly bears a strong resemblance to Yahya Sinwar. Channel 12 Israel says there will be a DNA and dental tests, and that all the tests done so far indicate it is Sinwar who was killed. Again, there is a picture of Sinwar right there from Associated Press. AP says Sinwar was one of the chief architects of the Hamas's attack on Israel on October 7th, and Israel has vowed to kill him since the beginning of its retaliatory campaign in Gaza. Throughout the war, Sinwar has been in hiding. He has been Hamas's top figure. He has been Hamas's top figure in Gaza for years. He was chosen as Hamas's top leader following the assassination of political head of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, in July. in an apparent Israeli strike in the Iranian capital of Tehran. Oops. The Washington Post says Israeli authorities will be able to conduct DNA analysis on the body believed to be Sinwar's by checking it against DNA they have from Sinwar's years in an Israeli prison. Israeli ambassador to the United Nations Danny Danon said in September, "We have his DNA from when he was in jail." Sinwar, along with other Hamas leaders, is at the top of Israel's hit list. I think he's at the very top, and is thought to have spent much of the past year hiding in the winding network of underground tunnels in the Gaza Strip. If Sinwar is killed, says the Washington Post, it would be the most significant assassination by Israel of a Hamas official since it killed Mohammed Deif, the group's military leader, and Ismail Haniyeh, its political leader, this summer. However, to me, it would be more significant than those two. Be a very big deal, and it looks like it has happened. I mean, all of the reporting suggests it's him. Really, now we're just waiting for confirmation. Also, the defense minister of Israel posted something which suggests it's Sinwar. He wrote, "You will pursue your enemies, and they will fall before you by the sword." Leviticus 26. Our enemies cannot hide. We will pursue and eliminate them. That is the defense minister of Israel, Yoav Gallant. And you can see there's a third X in there. On the left is Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, who Israel killed. On the right is Mohammed Deif, the military leader, the military head of Hamas, who Israel killed. And that middle X is presumably supposed to represent that Sinwar has been killed. This was in Gaza. No, he was not hiding in Iran. This was in Gaza. Hey, a quick thank you to Neat Soul and Madison McSpadden. The Hamas leader that was killed in the Iranian strike was the political leader. At the time, there was not really one unified head of Hamas when Ismail Haniyeh was killed in July. He was the political leader of Hamas, whereas Sinwar was the leader of Hamas in Gaza. After Haniyeh was killed, presumably by Israel in July, then Sinwar was named basically the unified head of Hamas. Thank you to Virgo Storm for the gift memberships, and Debbie James for the gift memberships, and also Neat Soul. Neat, I'll have to check that report myself. But yes, as we already mentioned, as Neat says, and as I already mentioned earlier, there's reporting in Israeli media that the soldiers did not know that Sinwar was at the site that they were attacking. The Israeli soldiers. Thanks to LK for your support. And Stevie Augie and Yahira and Crow Magnon and Hot Mess, thanks for the gift memberships. Also, thank you to our moderators who are here. Guys, it is not confirmed. It's not confirmed until Israel confirms it, okay? So you can say confirmed all you want. The one confirmation that would make it confirmed is when the IDF comes out and says it, which I'm sure they will do. Until then, it is not confirmed. But everything suggests that it's him. Thanks so much to our moderators. Roberts Mayqueen is moderating. Thank you, Roberts May Queen over there on YouTube. Linda Belk and Larry on X moderating. Thank you so much. Big Ball of Yarn, I got that fire in Surly Dev. Thanks for moderating over there on Twitch. Thanks also to Blasty McNasty for subscribing, and Only One Friggle Fraggle for subscribing, and Ann Carolyn for your support on Twitch. Thank you. Also, thank you so much to our Facebook moderators. By the way, Kelly W says, why would he be out on the front line? Yeah, the New York Times article says it would be seen as surprising if he was killed not underground, because it was thought that he would be hiding underground. Margaret Riley and Kay Lowry Body are moderating over there on Facebook. Thank you so much. Again, Israel is working to confirm that it has killed Hamas's leader, Yahya Sinwar, in Gaza. The reporting suggests it's him. There are photos floating around of the body, which certainly look like him. You can find those. I reposted some of them on my X account. I cannot show them here. My X account is @Lookner on X. But all signs suggest that he has been killed. But we are just waiting for the official pronunciation from the Israeli government. That is what we are waiting for, the official pronunciation. I just saw another picture. Posted by the account Mossad Commentary. I don't think they took the picture, but that's also on my X account. I reposted it there. It's a picture of soldiers over the body, which appears to be Sinwar. Nadav Eyal, who is an Israeli columnist, he says that an IDF force operating near Rafah spotted 3 armed men in a building, which was then hit by a drone tank shell. He and others have said there were a lot of cash, where there was cash found on the people. Again, the reporting suggests that this was not a targeted strike. No, he wouldn't have been hiding underground. If this is what happened. I was wondering, I mean, you might think, oh, well, if Sinwar is dead and he hasn't wanted to negotiate for the hostages, does this give more of a chance that someone else, that the hostages could be negotiated for? Maybe. I mean, maybe it puts them in more danger. That I don't know. Well, we will just have to see what happens if Sinwar has been killed. Rob R.I. says those are some crazy pictures. Reuters' Phil Stewart says Israeli cabinet. I've seen this report elsewhere too. But Reuters' Phil Stewart said that Israeli security cabinet ministers have been informed that Sinwar is very likely dead. Thank you so much to our new member, Truth Will Set You Free, and also Mel for the gift memberships. Thank you. Oops, why are we hearing music? Hold on. Oh, we're hearing like a phone ring or something. Again, we're basically just waiting for the official confirmation. At this point, all signs point to Sinwar being killed in Gaza by the Israeli military. We are just waiting for the final confirmation. Dafna Lial, who's an Israeli reporter, also is reporting that the Israeli soldiers did not know when they encountered armed people and attacked them, that they did not know that it was Yahya Sinwar. Where in Gaza did this happen? I saw one report that it said it was near Rafah in southern Gaza. I don't believe the IDF post said where it happened. When the IDF posted about it, they just said during IDF operations in Gaza. We are looking at one live video from Beirut, Lebanon, and another one from Tyre, Lebanon, by the way. If you're just joining us, all signs point to Yahya Sinwar being killed. We're waiting for Israel to confirm it. Lots of reporting suggests he is dead. There are photos of a body which strongly resembles Sinwar. Oopsie. He would be number one on Israel's, I would say at number one on Israel's want list. He is seen as one of the chief architects of the October 7th attack on Israel, says AP. I will post a link to my X account if you want to see some of the photos of the apparent body of Sinwar. They are graphic, so just a warning. Reuters has this report. Israeli Security Cabinet told that Hamas leader Sinwar likely dead, two officials say. Members of Israel's Security Cabinet have been informed that Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, a mastermind of the devastating October 7th, 2023 attack that triggered the Gaza war, is very likely dead, two officials with knowledge of the matter said Thursday. Two of Israel's broadcasters, Khan and N12 News, also cited Israeli officials as saying Sinwar was dead. The Israeli military said Sinwar may have been hit in an operation in the Gaza Strip that it said targeted 3 militants. Israel has killed several commanders of Hamas in Gaza, as well as senior figures of Hezbollah in Lebanon, including its leader, Nasrallah. Hamas has not commented on the fate of Sinwar, who recently was elevated to paramount leader of Hamas after running its operations in Gaza. If his death is confirmed, it will dial up hostilities in the Middle East. I guess it could dial up hostilities in the Middle East. Reuters thinks it'll dial up hostilities in the Middle East, where fears of a wider conflict have grown as Israel plans its response to the October 1st missile attack carried out by Iran. It would also represent a major boost to the Israeli military and Prime Minister Netanyahu. Sinwar, the chief architect of the October 7th attack last year, has been on Israel's wanted list ever since. I would argue at the top of his list, at the top level of the list. Sinwar, who made his name by punishing Palestinian collaborators with Israel, has so far eluded detection, possibly hiding in the warren of tunnels Hamas has built under Gaza over the past 2 decades. Previously leader of Hamas in the Gaza Strip, he was named its overall leader following the assassination of former political chief Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran in July, presumably by Israel. I mean, there's a world in which this actually could settle things down. I don't know this, but if you had somebody else take over for him who was more open to a ceasefire in Gaza, I'm not anticipating that. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but who knows? If there's a world in which someone else takes over for him, there's a deal made for the hostages. And remember, Hezbollah has said they're going to keep attacking Israel until there's a ceasefire in Gaza. So if there were a ceasefire in Gaza, that could set the stage for a ceasefire in Lebanon, right? But I would certainly not assume that this would lead to a ceasefire in Gaza. I'll believe it when I see it. Hang on one moment here. Hang on one moment here. How could this affect the response to Iran? It's an interesting question. There's one answer, which is that it wouldn't. But one thing might happen is maybe if Israel thinks tensions are going to ease, maybe Israel would say, let's see who replaces him. Let's see if whoever replaces him could make the situation more amenable to some sort of ceasefire, which could then lead to a ceasefire with Hezbollah. So my point is, I could see a world in which this makes Israel wait to strike against Iran because they want to see how other stuff plays out first. I don't know, but I could certainly see that happening. Our viewer PXN says, Israel needs to keep pushing no ceasefire. Well, they would like to get their hostages back, so. And again, Hezbollah has said that in the past that they would not stop attacking Israel until there's a ceasefire in Gaza. So a ceasefire in Gaza of some sort could help lead to a ceasefire deal in the north with Hezbollah. Hezbollah has been attacking Israel since last year because Israel has, in support of Hamas, and they started doing that once Israel started fighting in Gaza. Rick says, endless cycle. Mikey said, it's a shame the IDF couldn't have captured him alive. My guess is that he might not have allowed himself to be taken alive, although I don't know that for sure. Again, though, the reporting suggests that they didn't even know they had killed him, that they had encountered some armed people. And the story as I'm seeing is that they encountered some armed people and they fired at them, and perhaps with either a drone or a rocket or something, a missile or something, and that it turned out one of the people they had killed was Yahya Sinwar, apparently. As surprising as that might sound, that he would be not underground. The Washington Post says an Israeli official says a body believed to be Sinwar's is being brought to Israel for DNA analysis. And Israel has said there were no hostages in that location that they were aware of. Let me see if I can get you any more updates here. Sinwar was a mastermind of the October 7th attacks. Again, basically just waiting right now. Really, what we're waiting for is the for the IDF to come out, or someone else from the Israeli government, and publicly state that he has been killed. But all of the evidence suggests that he has been killed. You can see here, AP says, Israel is DNA testing a body from Gaza to see if it is Hamas's top leader, Sinwar. If confirmed, Sinwar's death could be a heavy blow to Hamas, says AP. He has been Hamas's top leader inside the Gaza Strip for years, closely connected to its military wing while dramatically building up its capabilities. Sinwar was chosen Hamas's top leader after his predecessor, Ismail Haniyeh, was assassinated in July in an apparent Israeli strike in the Iranian capital, Tehran. Israel also claims to have killed Hamas's military wing-held Mohammed Deif. Hamas has denied that, but I don't believe they've ever presented any evidence that he's still alive, showing he's still alive. AP says President Biden has been briefed on Israel's investigation into whether it killed Sinwar. I know a number of you have seen the photos. You can find some of those photos on my X account, @Lookner on X. I cannot show them here. Madison McSpadden asked how Sinwar ended up being released from Israeli prison. I think it may have been in some sort of prisoner exchange. That kind of thing happens regularly, where Israel will, it happened actually, if you remember, I think it was last year, some of the hostages got released in deals where Israel released some prisoners. I believe it was some sort of prisoner exchange. I'll look it up. Yes, Wikipedia says Sinwar was released along with roughly 1,000 other prisoners in a 2011 prisoner exchange for Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit. Yes, some of our viewers are saying the Gilad Shalit deal. He was in prison for 22 years in Israel. Gilad Shalit was a former MIA soldier of the IDF who was held captive for over 5 years until his release as part of a prisoner exchange deal, says Wikipedia. There is Beirut Airport you're looking at right there on the bottom camera. Hey, thank you so much to Adrian R. for your support. I really appreciate it. Also, Madison McSpadden in the Finas hole. Thanks for your support. Also, Back Garden Astronomy, who thinks Hamas are massively weakened now. They haven't had a leader since Haniyeh. Well, their leader was Sinwar. But he was in hiding. Back Garden Astronomy says, is there anyone left who would want to replace Haniyeh or Sinwar? Well, I'm sure there's plenty of people who are in Hamas or support Hamas still around. Whether anyone is willing to be officially named the leader is a different question, because that would make them a target. Although I believe, if you're in Hamas right now, I think you're a target anyway. But by all accounts, there are still Hamas members still alive and operating. But Hamas has been obviously greatly reduced in strength in the 1 year of Israel, roughly 1 year of Israel, actually over 1 year of Israeli attacks on Hamas and Gaza. So I don't even, would they name a new leader? Kind of similar with to the whole thing in Lebanon with Hezbollah. Thank you, Back Garden Astronomy, for the question and for your support. Politico says there is a concern that Hamas fighters will avenge his death by killing captives. There is a concern that Hamas could avenge Sinwar's death by killing hostages. I was wondering about that. Hey, it's a plane. It looks like a plane is taking off right now. What is that, an MEA plane? I can tell you what it is. It is, you can see it right now on Flight Radar 24. It is Beirut to Dammam flight. Dammam, Saudi Arabia. That flight. You can see it right now on Flight Radar 24. Beirut to Dammam, Saudi Arabia from airline MEA, a Lebanese airline. That's the only commercial airline operating out of Beirut Airport. Just took off. Thank you to Jackie Morgan as well. If you're just joining us, Israel is checking to confirm whether it killed Hamas's top leader, Yahya Sinwar. There's a picture of him right there from Associated Press. All the reporting suggests he has been killed. There are photos of the dead body, which certainly look like him. There are a number of reports in Israeli media saying he is dead. This was in Gaza. Israeli soldiers came across some armed men and killed the armed men in a strike. And it turns out that one of them was apparently Yahya Sinwar. They did not know he was in this group of armed men when they encountered him, the reporting says. He was at the top of Israel's want list as the leader of Hamas and a chief architect of October 7th. He has been in hiding since the October 7th attacks. Lucinda says, sadly, I don't think there are many hostages left alive. The reporting has been that there's around 100 hostages and that it's believed around 2/3 of them are still alive. That's been the recent reporting. So, really at any moment now, Israel could release a statement confirming that Sinwar is dead. Would maybe Prime Minister Netanyahu announce it in a video or something? Don't know. Hang on one second here. Give me one moment. Thanks for your patience. Give me one moment. It is almost 6 p.m. there in Israel and Lebanon and Gaza. I am just checking for updates for you. Matt Danger says, what about the risk of Hamas retaliation for the killing of Sinwar? Well, I would think the only real retaliation that, I mean, I don't think Hamas has been holding back and trying to take action against Israel, right? So I'm sure if Hamas had a chance to, say, kill Israeli soldiers or capture them, they would be doing it now. But so the one retaliation I could think of would be is if they take action against living hostages. And that would certainly be a concern. Doran Kadosh, who is with GLZ radio in Israel, military radio, says that this is what happened. This is a report from Doran Kadosh, Israeli reporter. He says the forces of Israeli forces suspected terrorists were in a building. A tank company fired at the building. And then the forces raided the building and the body was found. So he's reporting that a tank fired on a building where they thought that there were terrorists. And when they went in the building, they found his body. To repeat, I have posted photos, I have reposted photos on my X account, which is at Lookner on X. I cannot show those photos of the body here, but if you are okay with looking at graphic photos, that is up to you. They are graphic, but also I think they have important news value. If you want to look at them, you can go to my X account, which is at Lookner on X. I just posted the link in the chat. There is another plane at the airport. During the evening, we can't see the planes like this. It's interesting during the daytime being able to see the planes. Thank you, Susie Blout, for your support. Susie thinks this is huge. Thank you also, Tactical Night Force and Tiger. Tiger says, so he died not surrounded by hostages like Israel has claimed. So I believe it was thought that he might be with hostages. Again, it's seen as surprising if he was killed not hiding, just above ground. So that's a, an interesting question as to if he was above ground, why was he and why was he, and how long was he there? Thank you, Tactical Night Force, who says, I hope it is true they got him. Any word on IDF Operation Lebanon? I don't have any big Lebanon updates right now. I mean, well, there's some stuff that happened today, but I'll mention that in a little bit. But nothing as big as Sinwar. I'm keeping an eye on it, though. Thank you, Tactical Night Force. RTX thinks probably hiding among civilians. I mean, you could, I guess, come up with an argument that he assumed that they would be looking in the tunnels, so maybe he thought it would be better to hide not in the tunnels. That I don't know. Mikey thinks he wouldn't travel above ground with hostages. Yes, there looks to be some smoke in Tyre, Lebanon, maybe from an airstrike. I'm not sure. I have one video view of Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. Not much is going on there. I can throw it up there though on the I'll show you a view of Tel Aviv, Israel, too. Hostages Square is a public plaza located in front of the Tel Aviv Museum of Art, says Wikipedia. Families of the hostages have encamped in the square due to its proximity to the IDF headquarters. It has been the site of rallies and protests during the Israel-Hamas war calling for the release of hostages. So I have a video of Hostages Square in Tel Aviv, which I will put up there, right there. What I need to do is put this text up there. You can't even see the text. I'll have to fix that for you. Let me fix this for you. Hostages Square, Tel Aviv. There. Hang on a moment here. Let me just make sure I'm not missing any confirmation. Our viewer Discord says Ayatollah Khamenei next, the supreme leader of Iran. The Jerusalem Post says orthodontic experts who examined the jaw and teeth of a corpse found in Gaza compared them with x-rays of Yahya Sinwar, revealing a unique and matching dental structure. So the Jerusalem Post talked to orthodontic experts, and they had, according to the experts, several unique characteristics in his jaw, in the corpse's jaw, align with Sinwar's. I'm going to actually post that. The Jerusalem Post has an article where they orthodontic experts talk about the similarities between Sinwar's teeth and the corpse's teeth. I'll post that on X. Again, all of the reporting suggests it's him. My guess is that Israel knows it's him, and that maybe the wait is for Israel to maybe, maybe they have things they want to do before officially announcing it. Maybe they want to figure out how to announce it. It's a political moment when you announce something like this. Maybe they have to they want to talk to their allies too. Maybe they have security considerations about the welfare of the hostages or that kind of thing. So I'm guessing that Israel knows it's him, and there are some things they are doing before they announce it. Maybe we'll do a poll. If Sinwar is dead, will there be a Gaza ceasefire soon? That's my question. If Sinwar is dead, will there be a Gaza ceasefire soon? That's the poll question right now. Presumably a ceasefire would involve a hostage deal as part of it. Let's see what you guys are saying about this. Let's see what you guys are saying about this. Over there on YouTube, here is what people are saying. 84% say no. Most of you think Sinwar's death does not mean there will be a ceasefire soon. And also, let's see what you guys say over there on Twitch. %82 say no on Twitch. So you guys do not think, most of you, that if Sinwar is dead, that means there will be a Gaza ceasefire soon. Tara says not until Iran is dealt with and severely damaged. Mad Molly thinks this will cause more escalation. Thank you for voting in the poll. Malky thinks no chance. Bruce McElmore says, I don't think this will heighten tensions, just the opposite. Another plane is taking off. This plane taking off right now is from Beirut to Riyadh. Actually, I don't know. I'm not sure about that. It actually looks like it's not the Beirut to Riyadh plane. Beirut to Riyadh is the one on the, hold on. Whatever one that just took off is actually not on Flight Radar 24, I don't think. Because I just checked Flight Radar 24 and I see a Beirut to Riyadh one, but that's still on the ground. So I don't know which one just took off. Not that it's a huge deal, but I figured I'd let you know if I knew. As you can see, Israel is DNA testing a body from Gaza to see if it's Hamas's top leader, Sinwar. The reporting suggests it's him. CNN is now reporting, their sources say it's him. The photos of the body suggest it's him. We're just waiting for an official public confirmation from the Israeli government. AP says he is a mastermind of the October 7th attack that triggered the war in Gaza. It would be a significant moment in Israel's year-long offensive against Hamas and could complicate efforts to release dozens of hostages held in Gaza. That's true, although I've seen reporting that he didn't want to make a deal. So if he was the leader and he didn't want to make a deal and he's dead, maybe it helps lead to a deal. Sinwar became the unified head of Hamas after the killing of the previous leader, Ismail Haniyeh. Haniyeh was killed apparently by Israel in Tehran in July. Oops, that was the Beirut shot. All right, so the Beirut shot went away for a second. I have other stuff I can show you, but let me, well, I'll leave this up there. My guess is that shot will come back. For the moment, I will do, let's do this. Hang on a moment. Let me adjust things here. Right, well, we lost the shot of Tel Aviv there. All right, so let me get that off the screen. Let's put up there. I have another Beirut shot. I'm going to put another Beirut shot up there. That's what I'm going to do. Watch. I'll show you. I'll show you what I'm going to do. There is Beirut. There is a shot of Beirut from AFP. Try to get a little volume here for you. Why is this acting a little strange? Oops, sorry. What is going on with this one? This one is being fidgety too. Okay. There is Beirut. Can I get us a little volume on that shot? Let's see. Yeah, we got a little volume on the Beirut shot. There we go. I have another shot of Gaza, but I have a shot of Khan Yunis, which is really not that relevant to this, but I'll put it up there anyway, if you give me a second. I'm going to make this one, hang on. Let me put the Khan Yunis shot up here. That's Khan Yunis, Gaza. So I need to just get this up here. Fine, fine, fine. Let me get a... That is a shot from Gaza, from Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis, Gaza. I Stand With Israel likes that shot. Hey, by the way, thank you so much to Mama of 6, who says, could Israel hold Sinwar's body for the return of the hostages? the hostages are like the only thing of value Hamas has that they can bargain with, basically, with Israel. So the hostages would never Gaza would never give up the hostages unless it's like a last resort. I can't imagine that they would trade hostages for his body. I may be wrong about this, but my thought is that Hamas would be like, how does that help our cause if we trade our valuable bargaining chips for a dead body? So I may be wrong about this, but my thought is that that ain't happening. Because the hostages are of such value to Hamas. Thank you so much, Mama of 6, for the question and for your support. I appreciate it. Also, thank you so much to Vicky Healy, who says this is huge news. Oh. What is this report? Michael Horowitz says Channel 12 News is reporting in Israel that Sinwar may have been with 6 hostages who were executed weeks ago. That may be why he was not with hostages when he was killed today. So Michael Horowitz is saying that Channel 12 News Israel is saying that Sinwar might have been with the 6 hostages who were found recently executed weeks ago. So maybe he was with hostages, and then those were the hostages he was with, but then they got executed. Hang on a moment. Give me a moment. Multiple Israeli news outlets are now quoting dental experts as saying that the evidence from the corpse, I believe in the photos of the corpse's teeth, have major similarities to Yahya Sinwar's teeth, which suggests it was him. Oh, Barak Ravid reports the Israeli police say its forensics team has identified Sinwar's body according to pictures of his teeth that were taken by soldiers on the ground, and compared to photos of his teeth Israel has, DNA test is still ongoing. So again, Barak Ravid, Israeli reporter, says that Israeli police have identified the body by just looking at the photos of the corpse's teeth and the photos of his teeth that Israel has. Again, all signs point to it being him. At this point, I would be pretty shocked if it was not him. You know, I can put up on the screen for you, I have a second shot of Beirut, which I'll put in the corner there. What is this? What did I do here? What did I do? Oopsie. No. There. That's Beirut View 2. Beirut View 2. I cannot show the photos of the body, but you can go to my X account at Lookner on X. I have reposted a bunch of them there. Timur Azari with Reuters said that today Israel issued a series of evacuation notices for specific buildings in the Bekaa in eastern Lebanon and southern Lebanon before bombing them. This is the first time it does this for those areas, despite bombing them heavily for weeks. Previously, I think Israel had only issued evacuation warnings for buildings in the southern suburbs of Beirut. But they started today issuing evacuation orders for buildings in other parts of Lebanon. There were no hostages near him today, reportedly. Greg Karlstrom, who is with The Economist, says a lot of people seem hopeful that Netanyahu will use Sinwar's killing as an opportunity to declare victory, negotiate a hostage deal, and end the war. He says, but to believe that, you basically have to ignore everything Netanyahu has said and done over the past year. That's what Greg Karlstrom of The Economist said. Evan Hill of The Washington Post says it would be interesting if Sinwar were killed in this seemingly chance encounter with less than a handful of guards and not underground surrounded by hostages, as Israeli government sources regularly told the media. Ken Alloway thinks Netanyahu is not interested in a ceasefire or ending the war. Hang on a moment here. Todd H. thinks he was caught moving between secure locations. It is widely believed right now that Israel has killed Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar in Gaza, the top leader of Hamas, a major architect of the October 7th attacks in Israel by Hamas. We are basically just waiting for official confirmation. Thank you so much to Chekalino Shlamba, who thinks this is not a success considering how many innocent men, women, and children Israel has killed in their indiscriminate bombing. Won't change much. That's the opinion of our viewer, Chekalino Shlamba. Thank you, Chekalino, for your support. Thank you also, Mauricio Corbin, for your support, who thinks people in Khan Yunis don't seem too bothered by this. Yeah, I mean, this is a hospital. I can't say. Yeah, I mean, we're not seeing people running around and crying or something, but I can't say, that is a hospital we're looking at in Khan Yunis there. That is Nasser Hospital. But I can't tell you what the general view would be at Gaza of this. Maybe some are upset and some are not. Thank you, Mauricio. Thank you also, Mr. Siebert, for the gift memberships. Thank you, Star-Lord, who says, how would Israel secure hostages under the general's plan if they view everyone as combatants? It's a little off topic, really quick. Star-Lord is referring to, there's this question as to whether Israel is going to implement a plan in the northern Gaza where they would basically tell everybody to leave, and then those who don't leave are considered terrorists and legitimate military targets. And he's saying under that plan, well, what if there's hostages there? Which is a fair question, but I don't want to get off on that right now. It's a bit of a tangent. Thank you, Star-Lord, for your support. Let me check and see if I have any updates for you here. Patricia Banks says, is a replacement also waiting? I mean, I would think that Hamas would know, people in Hamas would know that this is a possibility. They had to have been anticipating this possibility happened. I don't know what's going to happen with Hamas now. Will they declare another leader or not? N12 News says that the Saudi newspaper Al-Sharq Al-Awast is reporting that various levels in Hamas have received confirmation Sinwar was killed. There's reporting that said that, unconfirmed reporting that says that Sinwar was wearing some sort of belt of grenades when he was found. I can't confirm that. We lost the shot from the other Beirut shot, but we'll see what other shot we get. Thank you to Sabail, our new member. Thank you. Khan News says there are some people celebrating on the street in Carmel, Israel, following the assassination of Yahya Sinwar. I'll post a link to that in the chat. I wouldn't be surprised if it's announced and some people go out and celebrate in Israel. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some video of that, some live video of it. Itay Blumenthal, who is an Israeli reporter, says that he is with Khan News. He says that Israeli fighters suspected terrorists were inside a building. A tank fired at the building, and the forces went into the building and they found Sinwar's body. Neera Kraus with News 13 Israel says the IDF is examining whether the 6 Israeli hostages who were found recently killed, I want to say like a couple months ago, whether they were traveling with Sinwar, whether they were surrounding Sinwar and were being used as human shields for him. Ynet says a news agency affiliated with Hamas is saying that Sinwar has been killed. Yeah, I'm seeing some videos of Israelis going out and celebrating in the streets. Thank you to WEFR AM 1700 for your support. Thank you to JoJo77JLD, our member, for your support. Thank you to all of our moderators, like Roberts Mayqueen and Sabrina. Thank you for moderating. Linda Belk and Larry on X, on Twitch. Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck. I Got That Fire, Market NC, McBritches and Surly Dev. Thank you. Thank you also on Twitch to Psyops for your support, and What Plants Crave for subscribing. Also Airtight Ski Pole and Flumpingtons for your support, and Aloha Charles. Sorry for the delay in thanking people on Twitch, my fault. Thank you also Device X for your support on Twitch, and also our Facebook moderators, Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley. Big thanks to you. We are waiting for official confirmation from the Israeli government. All signs point to Sinwar being killed, including the photos of the body that many of you have seen. Khan News reports that a definite answer about whether it's Sinwar from DNA tests is expected in about 4 hours. Results of DNA test on presumed body of Sinwar are expected in about 4 hours. That they just posted that. The Khan News just posted that there is DNA testing going on Sinwar's body, and in about 4 hours, a definite answer to the question is expected. Now, again, there's a lot of evidence that it's him. There's multiple outlets in Israel, like Mariv Online and Jerusalem Post, have said dental experts have looked at the body photos and photos of him before today and believe it's him from the teeth matching. But Khan News just said that in about 4 hours, a definite answer is expected. I guess DNA testing maybe just takes a while. There is a rocket alert in northern Israel. I don't have a camera there. It's 2 locations, Metula and Gajar in northeastern Israel. I do not have cameras there. I will let you know if I hear anything about it. That is the so far alert map there. Spartiate, our viewer, says the pictures of the body and him alive look very similar. Yes, Paula Thompson, you are right. They get the DNA from when he was imprisoned with them, in addition to the body. So again, I am not a DNA testing expert. Khan News Israel just said that the results of a DNA test are expected in about 4 hours. What is this here? All right, so we're bringing you updates as we wait for the confirmation that Yahya Sinwar is dead. The official confirmation. You can find, I have reposted photos of the body, which I'm not going to show on the air. That is on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. I might actually, I didn't eat anything before I came on the air. I might take a second and grab a snack. I might do that. What I need to do here is, you can't even see what we're looking at here. Let me do that. Oops, what happened there? Okay. Yeah, I might just take a couple minutes and get a snack. Because, oops. I haven't eaten anything. I literally just rushed on the air. Yeah, this is going to be quick. I need to do this. I need to eat something. So, again, Israel is running DNA tests to confirm they have killed Sinwar. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take just a couple minutes. I'm not eating a full meal. We're not doing the full meal thing. Just a snack, just a quick snack, guys. Let me rush and do this. Just a few minutes. All right? So give me just a few minutes. That's all I need. I appreciate it. Maybe I should have eaten before I came on the air, but I wanted to get on the air because I didn't know when anything was going to be announced. All right, give me just a few minutes. Let me also, real quick, just take my headphones out, make my life easier. Hang on, I'm just taking out my headphones. The broadcast might pause for 1 second while I take out my headphones. That's what normally happens. Give it a moment here. Give it a moment here. Give it a moment here. All right, I'm coming right back. I am coming right back in a couple minutes. Let me just grab a snack. I'll be right back. Hey, thanks for your patience. I had a snack. Let me put my headphones on. Okay, we're back. We are bringing you live breaking news coverage as Israel is running a DNA test, reportedly, into the body which is believed to be Yahya Sinwar, the Hamas top leader. Oh, there's an Israel president statement coming up? Hold on, I haven't seen that yet. That's what Matt says. So, it is widely believed that Israel killed him today, but they have not confirmed it. Give me a moment here. The Israeli police say so far one of the many tests required for certain identification has been carried out. All right, hold on. This is what a new statement from the Israeli police is. The Israel police says, I'm going to read you the statement from the Israel police. They just posted. Okay, the Israel police says, further to the latest publications regarding the identification of assassination of Yahya Sinwar, the Israeli police, the IDF, and the Shin Bet are working for a complete identification. The Israel police says so far, one of the many tests required for a certain identification has been carried out. Dental images were sent to the Israeli police forensic laboratory for testing, and now DNA tests are being carried out. When they are completed, it will be possible to confirm the elimination. Okay? So, Israel doing DNA test to confirm it killed Hamas leader Sinwar. That is confirmed that that's what's going on, by the way. So that is confirmed by the Israeli police that Israel is running a DNA test. It kind of sounds like they'd completed the dental test, but it was a little unclear from the translation. Hold on a second here. If you want to see photos, you can go to my X account. I can't post them online, but my X account, I will post a link in the chat. It is at Lookner. Yeah, some people are saying this outlet report says it's Sinwar and this outlet says it's Sinwar. At this point, I don't really care. At this point, we're just waiting for Israel. So no matter what news outlet or reporter says it's Sinwar, it really doesn't matter at this point because there's so much reporting suggesting it's him. What we're waiting for is what Israel says. So, you know, that's really it. That's what we're waiting for right now. All the signs are that it's him. We're just waiting for an official confirmation. There's more than enough out there already to strongly suggest it's him. So at this point, it's just waiting for Israel to confirm it. N12 says, full match the police lab document confirming Sinwar's dental photographs. That's from N12 News. N12 News just posted a document which is, I guess, there's been reporting that the police dental records showed that it was a dental match. I'll post this on my X account right now. Actually, I should use my Google Translate, my Google app, which can take a photo of something and then translate it. Let's see. I'm looking right now. Full match. Yes. It is a picture. So this is a document. It's an Israeli police document, which N12 News just posted. I'll post a link in the chat. It's in Hebrew. But the box checked, it says full match. So, again, N12 News has posted the Israeli police document, which is it's the Israeli police results of dental I guess the dental photographs examination, and it's checked full match. That's the box that's checked. Yeah, I just did a translation of that document on my phone. Wit says, wow, this is huge news. Oh, there's a protest. Families of hostages gathered near Israel's defense ministry in Tel Aviv. Oh, I got to put this on. I'm going to get rid of the Beirut. For now, I'm not going to show the Beirut. We don't need that up there. We're going to get this up there. Hang on. Hang on a second here. Here's what we're doing. Oops, whoa, that's not what I wanted. Hold on. We need this. Here we go. Hold on. This is Tel Aviv. This is in Tel Aviv, Israel. Families of hostages gather near Israel's defense ministry in Tel Aviv, Israel. And then I'm going to put the Khan Yunis one up as well. Oops. So we have Tel Aviv, Israel, and Khan Yunis, Gaza. I could put the Beirut camera up as well. If you give me a second, I'll get the Beirut one up, but I'll make it smaller. There we go. I just need to, what was I going to do? I was going to do something, and I can't remember. Oh, I know. Joe Truzman, who's a Middle East expert, says Hamas is currently in damage control mode. They are publishing notices denying they have confirmed Sinwar's death. The days ahead are going to be difficult as they try to stabilize the group's leadership after the killing of Sinwar, its second leader to die in about 2 months. Michael Horowitz says Netanyahu will make a statement tonight. Michael Horowitz also mentions that Channel 12 News in Israel says Channel 12 News in Israel says there have been dramatic consultations in the Israeli negotiating team. There's this question: if Sinwar is dead, could that help a deal be reached to free the hostages? This is what you're looking at in Tel Aviv, is a protest where people are calling for the hostages to be released, for a ceasefire deal and the hostages to be released. You can see Reuters. Israeli ministers are told Sinwar very likely dead, 2 officials said. Israeli ministers have been informed that Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar has very likely been killed by Israeli troops who were conducting an operation in southern Gaza. 2 officials with knowledge of the situation said. Why is this? It's really loud. Israeli broadcasters quoted unnamed officials as saying Sinwar, the architect of the devastating attack on Israel last October that set off the Gaza war, was dead. Israeli police say Israel is doing a DNA test to confirm. The IDF said there was no sign of hostages in the building where Sinwar was apparently killed. Israeli media reported that the operation was a routine raid that caught Sinwar by chance. If confirmed, says Reuters, his death would represent a major boost to the Israeli military and Prime Minister Netanyahu after a string of high-profile assassinations of prominent leaders of its enemies in recent months. Sinwar, the chief architect of the attack on Israel on last October 7th, has been at the top of Israel's wanted list ever since Hamas-led gunmen attacked Israel on October 7th. His death would be the heaviest blow Hamas has suffered in more than a year of war, says Reuters, with more serious consequences for its remaining forces in Gaza than the assassination of former political leader Ismail Haniyeh. who had less connection with the day-to-day running of the conflict. Previously the leader of Hamas in Gaza, Sinwar was named Hamas's overall leader following the assassination of former Hamas political chief Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran in July. It remains unclear who may succeed Sinwar, who was an uncompromising enemy of Israel with a reputation as a ruthless enforcer within the organization. None of his potential successors has the same standing. The group's mastermind and political and strategic leader, Sinwar, had unrivaled influence within Hamas, and his death could potentially open the way to renewed efforts to reach a ceasefire deal to end the fighting. And remember, if Israel and Hamas were to reach a ceasefire, that could help get a ceasefire in Lebanon, because Hezbollah has said they will not stop attacking Israel until there's a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Thank you so much to Sparky for your support. Thanks, Sparky. I appreciate that. Thanks also to New Next Wow for your support. Thank you. Thank you, Adrian R, for your support. Adrian worries that people are targets if they gather like that. Well, Israel doesn't want to shut down the country because there might be rocket fire or something. What Israel does is if they think there's a serious imminent risk to people in Israel, they will have home front command regulations saying, like, don't gather in big groups. But, they're not going to say don't gather at all, ever, because then it would basically shut down the country. But if there's a rocket alert, rockets don't get sent to Tel Aviv that often, but if they do, or missiles, there will be an alarm and people will probably run to their protected area. Thank you, Adrian R, for your support. Also, Michael King. Michael believes Hamas and Hezbollah expect their leaders to die. They have contingencies on this. I don't think Hamas will be weakened as much as one may think. I might have to turn the sound way down because it's really, no matter how far I turn it down, it still kind of cuts through. It's not like atmospheric noise. It's like singing and drum playing. By the way, thanks to Scott Davis, our new member, and Adrian R. Thank you so much, Adrian, for the gift membership. So nice of you, Adrian R. M. Granny Stumba, thank you for becoming a new member. And Valorica, thanks for becoming a new member. And thanks so much, Sneezing Eagle. Sneezing Eagle, thanks for the gift memberships. And also Chris Canada, Quebec City. Chris says, these two peoples have caused each other so much deep pain over the past year, it's impossible for me to imagine seeing them shake hands for a lasting peace for a few decades. Thank you also, Beep Beep, for your support from Canada. This is a protest in Israel and Tel Aviv where families of hostages are gathering, asking Israel to make a deal to bring the hostages home. Would a ceasefire stop Israel's attack on Iran? I can't imagine a ceasefire would stop it. I can't imagine that Israel's not going to attack Iran and respond, but who knows? Maybe things easing up in Gaza and Lebanon could influence what Israel does. I do not know. I don't know what kind of effect, if any, this will have on Israeli response to Iran. As I said before, maybe Israel will wait to see how negotiations in Gaza play out before responding to Iran. Maybe if they're able to complete some deal in Gaza, they will then try to complete a deal in Lebanon and then wait further to respond to Iran. That I don't know. DD says, I don't think a ceasefire will happen. Snaker thinks it will affect everything now. Hang on, just checking for updates for you. Hang on a moment. Oh, Mark McKinnon says Netanyahu will reportedly speak at in an hour. Netanyahu will reportedly speak at 1:30 Eastern time in about an hour. That's according to Mark McKinnon with the Globe and Mail. Our viewer Anurag thinks a ceasefire is not expected. Iran will have to face the consequences. As I mentioned before, reportedly the dental photos, reportedly dental experts have concluded that the body is Sinwar. Oops, sorry. But we're waiting for the DNA tests. Kelly W. thinks this will make things worse. Again, Channel 12 News posted what appeared to be the police report of a dental test which said it was a full match between the body's teeth and Sinwar's teeth as what was known about those teeth previously. You can see Israel is DNA testing a body from Gaza to see if it's Hamas's top leader, Sinwar. Netanyahu is supposed to speak roughly in an hour. These are families of hostages, according to Reuters. TLR says, I'm sure there are 5 men in wine waiting to fill his shoes. You can't see the smoke right now. Oh, I thought there was some smoke. There was smoke before. I'm checking for updates here. Ralph Stallworth, our viewer, thinks Netanyahu doesn't want a ceasefire. Ann Bowman says it would be good if the hostages were released and a ceasefire agreement was struck, bringing about peace in the region. Iva Lynn Berry Speedell says, I would not be comfortable being out in such a crowd with everything going on. Marie Goodson Hamilton says the person to take Sinwar's place has probably gone into hiding. Probably in hiding anyway. Anybody prominent in Hamas would probably be in hiding right now because they would be a target if Israel knew who they were, where they were. Nikki Newark says, hopefully the IDF can rescue some of the hostages during the leadership chaos vacuum. Kawabunga says, one can only live in the tunnels like a rat for so long. Nice to see he was taken out when popping out. That's what our viewer Kawabunga said. Thank you to Barney for the gift membership. And the one and only for our member. Thanks for being a member. Thank you to Saku Satala, our member. Thank you also to Ali T for your support. I appreciate it, Ali T. checking for updates. Ooh. Michael Horowitz reports that says he's hearing that Netanyahu's going to do a full press conference. Netanyahu is supposed to speak in about an hour. Prime Minister Netanyahu. Noam Amir with Channel 14 in Israel says that after checking the dental photographs, the fingerprint indication was also checked, but the result was kept secret. Now, Noam Amir with Channel 14 says it will be less than an hour until the DNA result will be there. Noam Amir also says, in practice, at the top of the Israeli security forces, they already know that there is confirmation Sinwar has been eliminated. Khan News had said a little while ago it'll take 4 hours. I bet they announced it before that. Wow, Janet Burnett, that is so generous of you. That's extremely generous of you. Thank you so much, Janet Burnett. Thank you, Janet, for all your support for the channel. I really appreciate it. And thank you for shouting out our moderators. Thank you, Janet Burnett. It's really nice of you. Thanks also to Shauna Brennan. Shauna, that's very kind of you. Thanks for your generous support of the channel. Shauna Brennan, thank you, Shauna. And thanks for your note as well. Also, thanks so much to Delia Polanco. Delia Polanco, thank you, Delia, for supporting Agenda Free TV. Really appreciate that. Thank you. I have posted photos of the body, which I can't show online. I can't show here, but I have reposted them on my X account. You can go see some of them there at Lookner on X. We are waiting to get you more updates. We are waiting to get confirmation. It is widely believed. It's all signs point to Sinwar being killed. I don't even know who Israel would be negotiating with now. Because previously, Sinwar would be the head of Hamas who you would negotiate with. Not directly, because he was hiding. But I don't know. If you're going to be negotiating with Hamas, you've got to know who you're negotiating with and who's in charge. I don't know if anybody's in charge right now. Killmonger thinks that Netanyahu will announce it during his speech. Thanks also to, I really appreciate it. MET gave a bunch of people memberships. Thank you, MET. That's really nice of you. Make sure if somebody gives you a membership or a subscription to thank them. Thanks also to Anonymous, who asks about Israel trying to trade the body for the hostages. Yeah, so look, a number of people have asked this. I'll repeat what I said before about this. The hostages are so valuable to Hamas. They're like their only bargaining chip with Israel. So personally, I cannot imagine Hamas trading hostages for a dead body. Now, I'm not sure of this. It's just the hostages are like the one big bargaining chip Hamas has, their big leverage over Israel. So I have a hard time thinking that Hamas is going to want to trade hostages for a dead body. I may be wrong, but that's my thought. We'll see. Thank you, Crypto King, for your support. Thank you so much, Crypto King, and for shouting out the mods. Thank you, McLean. McLean thinks he wouldn't be giving a press conference if it weren't him. He says, this is the same as when Obama announced they got Osama bin Laden in 2011. Yeah, look, all of the reporting suggests it's him. So we're just waiting for the official announcement. The crazy cat man says, will they kill one of the hostages as retaliation? That is a worry that they could retaliate by killing hostages. We don't know. CNN is reporting CNN's MJ Lee says Israel has confirmed, CNN is reporting that Israel has confirmed to American officials that Hamas leader Sinwar is dead according to initial DNA testing per a person familiar with the matter. So again, CNN is reporting that, specifically MJ Lee from CNN, but also CNN is reporting on their channel. CNN is reporting that Israel has told American officials that initial DNA testing has confirmed it has killed Sinwar, Yahya Sinwar, the Hamas leader. Okay? So that's happening. And let's see here. Lazar Berman who's from Times of Israel, says in a message to dozens of foreign ministers around the world, Israel Foreign Minister Katz confirms Hamas leader Sinwar was killed. We don't have the official public announcement yet. That's what we're waiting for. We don't have the official public announcement. Oh, there is an official announcement. I guess Israel Katz, I believe there's an official announcement from the foreign minister now. I guess it is official. Because I'm seeing it reported that this is an official public announcement from the foreign minister. Yes, breaking news. So Barak Ravid says this as well. Barak Ravid reports that the Israeli foreign minister confirmed Sinwar has been killed in a message he sent to several of his counterparts around the world, the Israeli foreign ministry said. So it sounds like this is official now. Let me just make sure here. But it's sounding like this is official. Yeah, Dan Williams, same thing with Bloomberg. Israeli foreign minister says Hamas chief Sinwar was killed in Gaza. GLZ Radio says foreign minister Katz confirms Sinwar was eliminated. I'm changing the headline. Big breaking news. I mean, that's what it was looking like anyway, but. But the Israeli foreign minister has now confirmed it. That the leader of Hamas, Yahya Sinwar, has been killed in Gaza. Big development. Will this impact ceasefire negotiations between Hamas and Israel? I don't know. Kiwi says, oh, the hostages are doomed. I don't know if the hostages might be retaliated against. Ynet says Foreign Minister Katz confirmed Sinwar was eliminated. Final identification in the next 2 hours. Hillel Bitten-Rosen said the firing of the tank, the shell that was fired at Sinwar. Again, Israel is believed to, the reporting says that the Israeli forces did not know it was Sinwar. They just came across what they thought were some terrorists and fired a tank shell at a building. Hillel Bitten-Rosen says this happened around 4 p.m. Israel time. Not even that long ago, about 4 hours ago. Big breaking news. Yes, he was killed today. Today. Just a few hours ago. Yesterday evening? I thought it was today. Maybe I'm wrong. That's the report I just read said at 4 p.m. Oh, yesterday. I guess it was yesterday. Sorry. I thought the post I just saw was saying today. It was yesterday, I believe. Now, let's see. Let me see here. Yes, Times of Israel said yesterday. Sorry about that. Sorry about my confusion. I thought it was today. Yesterday. One says, we are finding about that today. It was kept under, assuming it was yesterday, it was kept under wraps for a long time. So we're going to be hearing from Prime Minister Netanyahu. The incident happened yet. Now, maybe it took them a while to find the body, but the incident reportedly began yesterday. That is what Times of Israel said. It's an incident that began yesterday. But I mean, if you look at the pictures of the body, I think anyone who knew what Sinwar looked like would pretty quickly see the body and say, "Oh, that might be him." Wow. Well, we're bringing you the latest developments here. Thank you to Mama457 Rose for your support, and Donnie Davio, our moderator. Thanks, Donnie, for moderating and being a member. And same with Sabrina. Thanks, Sabrina, for moderating and being a member. I appreciate that. And Bullseye, our member, too. About 2/3 of the hostages, of the roughly 100 hostages, about 2/3 are believed to be alive. Mark Barnes looked at the pictures and thinks it's him. Well, it certainly looks like him, and the Israeli foreign minister has confirmed it is him. You can see Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, architect of the October 7th attacks, killed in Gaza, Israeli official confirms. The Washington Post says. Yahya Sinwar, the architect of the October 7th attacks on Israel, was killed by the Israeli military in Gaza after eluding their forces for more than a year. His body was identified after DNA testing in Israel, said an Israeli official, speaking on condition of anonymity. Also, the foreign minister has made a public statement that it's him. On Tel Aviv's promenade Thursday evening, says the Washington Post, people walked and exercised as usual. Only a boy on a scooter shouting "Bye bye Sinwar" provided any indication of the mood in Israel. So I've seen some videos of some people celebrating in Israel. I don't know how widespread it is. This is a bunch of this group here is a protest calling for negotiations to reach a ceasefire and free the hostages, led by hostages' families. The Washington Post says Sinwar, along with other Hamas leaders, was at the top of Israel's hit list and is thought to have spent much of the last year hiding in the winding network of underground tunnels in the Gaza Strip. The death is the most significant assassination by Israel of a Hamas official since it killed Mohammed Deif, the group's military leader, and Ismail Haniyeh, its political leader, this summer. I think it's maybe the most significant of all of them. Sinwar replaced Haniyeh as Hamas's political leader after Haniyeh was killed in Tehran. Israel did say that there were no hostages in the building where Sinwar was killed. The Washington Post says one Palestinian in Gaza who has been displaced multiple times during the war said many citizens in Gaza are happy about the news. They believe Sinwar played a significant role in the destruction of Gaza, and this could mark the end of the war, said the Palestinian. If Sinwar is confirmed to be dead, it could ease some of the challenges the Biden administration faces around its Gaza policy just weeks ahead of the U.S. election. U.S. officials have said that Sinwar has been a major roadblock to a hostage deal in recent weeks, with Hamas no longer engaging in ceasefire talks, says the Washington Post. Officials have also noted other moments in which the Israeli Prime Minister, Netanyahu, was the obstacle to a ceasefire agreement. U.S. officials have generally expressed skepticism that Israel would permanently end its Gaza offensive with Sinwar alive. The Biden administration has expressed hope that if Sinwar were killed, it would enable Netanyahu to declare victory in Gaza and bring Israeli operations there to a close. Administration officials have said it could finally clear the way to a hostage deal. That could ease the daily drumbeat of grim headlines from civilian casualties in Gaza. Although with Israeli operations against Hezbollah still underway in Lebanon and more than 42,000 Palestinians already dead, opinions about Vice President Harris, the Democratic nominee for president, may already be fixed, particularly in Arab American strongholds in Michigan, where opinion polls show a narrowly divided race. Anyways, that's from the Washington Post. Oh, hold on. Did the IDF post about it while I was reading that? Yes, the IDF has posted about it. It's official. Well, it was official anyway. Guys, the Israeli Defense Forces just posted about it right now. Here is the post from the Israeli Defense Forces. Breaking news. Breaking news. The Israeli Defense Forces have just posted about it. Eliminated Yahya Sinwar. There it is. Breaking news. There is the official announcement. Eliminated Yahya Sinwar. Look at that. Big news. Big news. Thank you, Austin Callan, and others who mentioned that this had just been posted. Thanks, Austin, for your support as well. And LW, thanks for your support. Big news. Give me one more. Give me one moment here. Okay, thanks for your patience. I just wanted to update something here. All right, so huge news. The Israeli Defense Forces announcing eliminated Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar. We're waiting to hear from Prime Minister Netanyahu. Let me just check here for other information. Oh, is there another IDF statement? Hold on a moment here. Let's see. I think there might be a longer IDF statement. Yes, I have the announcement. Hold on, I'm going to show you the announcement from the IDF. Here is the announcement from the IDF that they have posted. Here it is. I'm going to show it to you now. Yahya Sinwar, the leader of the Hamas terrorist organization who was responsible for planning and executing the October 7th massacre, has been eliminated. The IDF and the ISA confirmed that after a year-long pursuit yesterday, Wednesday, October 16th, 2024, IDF soldiers from the Southern Command eliminated Yahya Sinwar, the leader of the Hamas terrorist organization, in an operation in the southern Gaza Strip. Yahya Sinwar planned and executed the October 7th massacre, promoted his murderous ideology both before and during the war, and was responsible for the murder and abduction of many Israelis. Yahya Sinwar was eliminated after hiding for the past year behind the civilian population of Gaza, both above and below ground in Hamas tunnels in the Gaza Strip. The dozens of operations carried out by the IDF and the ISA over the last year and in recent weeks in the area where he was eliminated restricted his operational movement as he was pursued by the forces and led to his elimination. They say in recent weeks, IDF and ISA forces acting under the command of the Southern Command have been operating in the southern Gaza Strip following IDF and ISA intelligence that indicated the suspected locations of senior members of Hamas. IDF soldiers of the 828th Brigade, Bislach, operating in the area, identified and eliminated 3 terrorists after completing the process of identifying the body. At the bottom it says, it can be confirmed that Yahya Sinwar was eliminated. See, it says it there at the bottom. It can be confirmed Yahya Sinwar was eliminated. I see some people saying like, well, this news outlet's saying it's official. Well, why do you care what a news outlet says anymore? We're literally looking at the announcement from the IDF. I mean, I don't think some news outlet's going to be more reliable on this than literally the Israeli Defense Forces. That's about as reliable a source as you could want. I don't, the news outlet has to be getting it from somewhere. I don't think the news outlet got his body and is conducting their own DNA test on it. So it is confirmed. It is confirmed. I mean, they're the ones with the body. Thank you, Trying to Survive, for your support. And our member, Just Ginge, thank you. So it has been confirmed. Where does this go next? Where does this all go next? Could we see some kind of breakthrough in ceasefire negotiations? I have no idea. I have no idea. Jay Dredd thinks all hell will break loose now. Thank you, Richard R., for your support as well. Thanks, Richard R. Now that we have this confirmation, I'm going to ask, will there be a ceasefire deal in Gaza soon? I'm asking this right now as our new poll question because we now have it confirmed that he has been killed. Will there be a new ceasefire? Will there be a ceasefire deal in Gaza soon? Okay, let's see how people are voting here. Doesn't look like it's much different than last time. Oopsie, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's do this the right way. Over there on YouTube, we have 85% of the people say no, there will not be a ceasefire deal in Gaza soon. And on Twitch, it is 92% say no. Wow. I thought maybe people would be a little more optimistic now that it's been announced, but was I wrong? People are not optimistic that this is going to change things for the better with the negotiations. Thanks so much to QBAT for your support on Twitch. Thank you, Lewis Carl, for subscribing on Twitch. And Ascertainment for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. And also Who Shot JR for your support. Thank you. So most of you think we will not be seeing a ceasefire deal soon in Gaza. Big news. I wonder, will we get a statement from President Biden shortly? That I don't know. Oh, State Department briefing coming up? Hold on. State Department briefing coming up. Hey, thanks for voting in the poll. Thanks for voting in the poll. There's going to be a State Department briefing soon. Supposedly a State Department briefing soon. Oopsie, what happened there? Hold on. Well, I'll fix this. Oops. Hang on. Everything's falling apart. I know the headline is messed up. Just give me a moment here. State Department briefing starting soon. I wonder if it'll just be delayed, though. I wonder if it's going to be delayed. I could see a world in which it gets delayed. CNN says Netanyahu is going to speak soon. You know what? I think that State Department briefing isn't starting soon. I'll leave that up there for now. I bet they'll delay it. How are we still hearing? Can I put on the volume more? Hey, thank you so much to Ross Kuhn. Thank you, Ross. And also Yo-Yo, so nice of you. Yo-Yo, thank you. And End Stage Feminism. Thank you. Thanks for your support. End Stage Feminism, are you saying, how did the Hamas know the border crossing was open? I think are you talking about last year? Because for October 7th, it wasn't open. They just kind of fought their way through. It wasn't guarded nearly as well as it should have been to protect Israel. I mean, I think that's pretty clear. This protest is calling for Israel to get the hostages free. I bet the families of the hostages are excited about this news because maybe they might figure, well, something's going to change now. Bernie, I don't have the border cameras right now. I don't have all the cameras all the time. I don't have the border cameras available right now. There's reports in Israeli media of that the Israeli defense minister has arrived at the building where Sinwar was eliminated. Oh, I might have this for you. Hold on. I have some photos of the IDF chief of staff. Oh, it wasn't the defense minister, it was the chief of staff. I have some photos of the chief of staff of the Israeli military and the head of the General Security Service at the spot where Sinwar was eliminated. Here are some of these photos that the IDF has put out. Let me just make sure what I'm showing you here. This is the IDF put this out, the chief of staff at the point where Sinwar was eliminated, telling the soldiers, this is your professionalism and determination. A year later, we closed the account with Sinwar. That's what's going on in that video from the IDF there. And then there's another video of, I believe, the chief of staff at the... This is the location, this is the area where Sinwar was killed in Gaza. You can see all the buildings around. Look at the buildings around there. So many of the buildings around there are destroyed, you know. But that's the location. Wessie's Corner Emporium says seasoned troops there. Again, that is video from that the Israeli military just put out. Netanyahu is supposed to speak soon, folks. Netanyahu is going to be speaking soon. I'm going to move this press briefing. I bet it's going to be delayed. We'll put the Khan Yunis video back up there. You can find photos of Sinwar's body. I have reposted of them. They're out there on social media. I reposted a few of them on my X account because of the news element, just to show it was really looked like him. But I can't show them on the air. But you can go to my X account at Lookner and check it out over there. Excuse me. Yoav Gallant, the defense minister, posted, Yahya Sinwar was eliminated and ended his life, beaten, persecuted, and fled. His elimination is a clear message to the families of the fallen and abducted. We are doing everything and will continue to do it. Residents of Gaza, the end of the man who killed you in a disaster has arrived. Go out with the kidnapped, free them, and surrender. Probably a bit of a bad translation at the end, but there's a Pentagon briefing which is supposed to happen too today. Thank you to thank you to Otis Fats. About 2/3 of the hostages are believed to be alive. About 2/3 of them are believed to be alive. How Israel has such intelligence, I don't know, but that is the common thinking. Thank you, Otis Fats. About 100 hostages total. Thank you, Rick D, for the gift memberships and your support. Rick D, that's so nice of you. Thank you, Rick D. We're waiting to hear from Prime Minister Netanyahu. What is this here? I didn't sleep as much as I was intending to, so I'm sorry for the yawns, but our schedule has been a little different than this, but I wanted to come on to cover this breaking news. We're waiting to hear from Netanyahu, and we're waiting to hear from the U.S. government. Jennifer Griffin says the U.S. Defense Secretary has spoke to the Israeli Defense Minister after news of the Sinwar killing broke. Weijia Zhang of CBS News points out that a couple days ago, the National Security Council's spokesperson John Kirby said that there weren't any new negotiations going on about the Gaza ceasefire. He said that's because Mr. Sinwar has shown absolutely no interest in continuing that discussion. Could this lead to new ceasefire negotiations? You can see here, Israel confirms Hamas's top leader Sinwar killed in Gaza. Troops appeared to have run across him in a battle, only to discover afterwards that the body in the rubble was the man Israel has hunted for more than a year. He has topped Israel's most wanted list since the beginning of the Israel-Hamas war, says AP, and his killing strikes a powerful blow to Hamas. He was one of the chief architects of the Hamas attack on Israel on October 7th, and Israel had vowed to kill him since the beginning of its retaliatory campaign in Gaza. He has been Hamas's top leader in Gaza for years. Photos circulating online showed the body of a man resembling Sinwar with a gaping head wound. Yes, it's like a hole in the head. Dressed in a military-style vest, half buried in the rubble of a destroyed building. N12 News in Israel said Sinwar appears to have been killed by chance in a battle on Wednesday. It said troops tracked a group of militants into a building, then attacked the militants with tank fire, causing the building to collapse. As troops unearthed the dead militants, they noticed one appeared to resemble Sinwar. Sinwar was imprisoned by Israel for 22 years, from the late 80s until 2011, and during that time he underwent treatment for brain cancer, leaving Israeli authorities with extensive medical records. Tarina Mullins thinks he'll be replaced by someone worse. Thank you. Hey, Richard Foley, so kind of you. Thanks for all of your support for the channel. Richard Foley, thank you. Thanks for the sticker too, Richard. Thanks also, Rainer P. Yes, they did not know they were killing him when they killed him. They were firing at some terrorists, they thought. Oh, sorry. Hey guys, a little message here. So one of the viewers literally just said, put the border cameras back on. That's how it was said. Put the borders cameras back on. Now, first of all, as I said about 10 minutes ago, I don't have all the cameras all the time and I don't have the border cameras, but please at least be polite. Put the border cameras back on? Is that how you ask? I feel like one of my parents. Is that how you ask for things? So please, guys, just come on, really. Thank you, Pat Mai. Pat Mai, thanks for your support. And thanks also Rainer P. and Donna Smith. Thank you, Rainer and Donna, for giving gift memberships in the chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks also to Jax Haku, who subscribed on Twitch. We're waiting for Netanyahu to speak. We're waiting for State Department press briefing. I bet they're going to have that after Netanyahu speaks. Khan News Israel reports, sources in Gaza say in the short term, Hamas will not show any flexibility in negotiations, but after a replacement for Sinwar is appointed, there may be changes in tone. That is what Khan News said. Khan News also said, Khan News' Suleiman Maswada says, I can't confirm this reporting, but Khan News' Suleiman Maswada says intelligence officials believe Sinwar planned to publish a picture of himself above the surface, which would be a picture of survival and victory, similar to the picture he published at the end of Operation Wall Guard. I don't know what that is, but I can't confirm that he was above ground to take a picture. That I don't know. Or that was part of what he was doing above ground. I just don't know. Oh, Operation Wall Guard is Operation Guardian of the Walls in 2021. Anyways. Yoav Gallant, the defense minister, just posted this. Another mission completed. With pictures of the leader of Hezbollah, Nasrallah, the military leader of Hamas, Mohammed Deif, and in the middle, Yahya Sinwar. Thank you also to Erin McCune. Thank you so much, Erin McCune, for your support. Thank you to Jaybird for your support. Thank you, Jaybird. Let's shout out our moderators, too. Ruth Grafasi is moderating right now. Roberts May Queen is moderating. Thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Over there on Twitch. Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, McBritches. Surly Dev. And on Facebook, hang on a moment here. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Thanks for moderating over there. Charlotte Webb. Thank you. Raven Lynn. Paul Anderson. Oh, is Netanyahu speaking? I don't have it. I don't see it posted anywhere. You know, when Netanyahu speaks, it'll probably be in Hebrew anyway. I don't know if he'll release a English language statement, but I'm assuming he will first speak in Hebrew. He spoke on I-24 with translation. He spoke. Oh, I'm seeing, it wasn't even on AP or Reuters. Okay, I'm seeing a clip of it right now. I'm seeing some reports about it right now. So I assume we might get a translation. Well, some people said they saw a translation. Barak Ravid says, Netanyahu said to the Hamas terrorists, I say, your leaders are running away and they will be eliminated. I call on everyone who holds our hostages. Whoever lays down his arms and returns our hostages, we will allow him to leave and live. Whoever harms our hostages, there will be blood on his head and we will hold him accountable. The return of our hostages is an opportunity to achieve all our goals and it brings an end to the war closer. So I'm assuming that, I guess Netanyahu just made a statement and I'm assuming they will release a version of it in English. That'd be my assumption. But I haven't seen it yet. Will Biden speak? I don't know. He just spoke. I don't believe it was in English. He's speaking now, but people said he just spoke. Why are you saying he's speaking now? He literally just spoke. He already spoke. I'm waiting to get like a English language version of it. There's this interesting aspect to something he said. As Barak Ravid says, no, he's not speaking live now. If you see him somewhere else, you're probably seeing a recording of him speaking because he just spoke a few minutes ago. Again, according to a translation I just saw, yeah, the Fox News thing is they're just replaying him on Fox News. They're replaying what he said 10 minutes ago. Again, according to Barak Ravid, he said, to all the Hamas terrorists, I say, your leaders are running away and they will be eliminated. I call on everyone who holds our hostages. Whoever lays down his arms and returns our hostages, we will allow him to leave and live. Whoever harms our hostages, there will be blood on his head and we will hold him accountable. The return of our hostages is an opportunity to achieve all of our goals, and it brings the end of the war closer. That's Netanyahu, according to Barak Ravid. Chris Cortez thinks they are not going to return hostages. Thank you to Top Frag for your support. I appreciate that. And Erin McCune, thank you. Glizzy says the hostages might be under more threat than ever. Yeah, this was not a live statement, and it was not a press conference. It was a recorded statement that Netanyahu said. There is a State Department briefing that's supposed to start soon, but it has not started yet. Oops, right there. State Department briefing. You can see it right there. But Barak Ravid reports that the U.S. Secretary of State Blinken spoke with the Prime Minister of Qatar and discussed with him the elimination of Sinwar and negotiations on the hostage deal. I just need to take a minute. I just need to take 1 minute, guys. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming back in 1 minute. We will have more updates for you. All right, thanks for your patience. We are bringing you live coverage as big news today. Israel has killed the leader of Hamas, Yahya Sinwar, in Gaza. Could this help restart ceasefire negotiations and a hostage deal in Gaza? I do not know. I do not know. Joe Truzman, who is a Middle East expert, he says he thinks Hamas is going to choose someone living outside of Gaza as their new leader. Remember, the previous political leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, was based in Qatar. We're waiting for State Department press briefing is supposed to be coming up. I don't know when that's going to start. Are we going to hear from Biden today? I don't know. You can see here from Reuters. Sinwar is dead, Israel says. Reuters says his killing marks a huge success for Israel in a pivotal event in the year-long war. In Israel, families of hostages held by Hamas in Gaza, some of whom you see in front of you, said they hoped a ceasefire could now be reached that would bring home the hostages. In Gaza, residents said they believed the war would go on. Sinwar's death could dial up hostilities in the Middle East, where the prospect of an even wider conflict has grown. But the demise of the man who planned the attack last year could also help push forward stalled efforts to end the war in which Israel has killed more than 42,000 Palestinians, according to Gaza health authorities. Reportedly, he was killed in an operation where they didn't know they had killed him until after they found his body. A ruthless enforcer once tasked with punishing Palestinians suspected of informing for Israel, Sinwar made his name as a prison leader. He emerged as a street hero from a 22-year Israeli sentence for masterminding the abduction and murder of 2 Israeli soldiers and 4 Palestinians. He then quickly rose to the top of Hamas's ranks. He was dedicated to eradicating Israel. The killing raises new questions about the fate of hostages in Hamas's captivity. Thanks so much to Rick D. Rick, thank you so much. So kind of you. Really appreciate all of your support. Rick D. Thank you, UV, for the gift memberships. Much appreciated, UV. Thank you. Also, Top Frag. Thank you, Top Frag. Times of Israel says the Israel's national security minister ordered the reinforcement of police forces across the country after Sinwar was killed, because there's concern that you could have, maybe attacks carried out after this, after it, to retaliate for the killing of Sinwar, or something like that. The New York Times says no target loomed larger for Israel than Mr. Sinwar himself. He was believed to still be overseeing Hamas military operations. And the Times also says that his death raises hopes for an end to the conflict in Gaza. I've seen some speculation that his death could be an excuse for Netanyahu to say, okay, we've done what we came to do in Gaza. The Times says his death might encourage Hamas to agree to Israeli demands and might offer Israel a military success that could lead the government to ease its negotiating stance. We'll have to see. Netanyahu said his death brings the end of the war closer. And to remind you, if Israel were to get a ceasefire deal with Hamas in Gaza, that could help settle things with Lebanon, because Hezbollah in Lebanon says it will not, it originally said, I believe it started modifying this recently, but it has originally, for around a year, it had said that it would not reach a ceasefire deal with Israel and not stop attacking Israel until the war in Gaza stopped. So if there's a ceasefire in Gaza, that could also help lead to a ceasefire in Lebanon. So what will happen here? Also, some of you have asked about whether this could impact Israel's response to Iran. I don't know. I would not be surprised if this delays the response to Iran at all. Thank you so Israel could see how the stuff with Gaza plays out over the coming days, but we'll see. Thank you, Bullish Dragon, our new member. What possible reason would Israel have to agree to a ceasefire at this point? How about getting the hostages back? That's a big deal for them. It's a huge deal. It's a big political thing in Israel too. It's very important to people in the country to get the hostages back. Also, they want to help their economy. It's not been good for their economy to have so many resources and so many people. A lot of their forces are reserve forces who leave their normal jobs to fight in the military. So it would be better for their economy if they could not be fighting in Gaza as well. Oh no! You know what? I just realized this has been up there for an hour. I had no idea that there was a typo in it. It said fam meals. One of the viewers just mentioned this. I was like, oh, sorry about the typo. Some of you probably mentioned that earlier, but I didn't see you mention it. Families, of course. It said fam-meals before. Sorry about that. I don't know. Sometimes I just miss the typos. My fault. I think the State Department's going to wait to have their briefing because, like, they got to figure out, they got to get on the same page as the White House as, like, what they want to say and stuff. Maybe the White House will say something first. I have a feeling it's going to take a little while to start that briefing. Actually, I just saw the briefing supposed to start at 2:15. They have changed the time of the State Department briefing till 2:15. That has been confirmed. In the meantime, I'll put the Khan Yunis feed back up. There we go. Khan Yunis, Gaza. Ugh. There's supposed to be a Pentagon briefing today, too. I'm looking at a video right now where they're showing, I can't show it on the air, they're showing Sinwar's body, I think being lifted up or something. But there's video of them examining the body. I mean, there's also photos of it, which I know a lot of you have seen. This is when the body was in the rubble. It's crazy they looked for him for so long. So it's crazy to see that they found him, like by accident. I don't have the sound on because the sound is like drums and megaphones. So it gets kind of disruptive to put the sound on, and it's drums and megaphones. Oh, there's actual video of like, there's new video of like the body. It's very graphic. Has a giant hole in the skull. But that's going around on social media now. Thanks for subscribing, Hera's daughter. Thank you to J. Stevens FTW for your support. Thank you, Wildcat Mahone, for your support. Thanks, Hobgoblin, for becoming a new member. And Bullish Dragon, our new member, thank you. Waiting to hear something from the U.S. I don't think I'm going to have it, but Vice President Harris is supposed to say something soon about the about Sinwar, but I don't think I will have access to it, unfortunately. The State Department briefing is supposed to be in 13 minutes. We can listen to that, see what they have to say. I do not know if this will help lead to a ceasefire in Gaza. I have no idea. If it will help lead to a hostage deal, I do not know. The Pentagon briefing, I guess, has been moved to 3 p.m. Or no, am I wrong? Maybe 2 p.m. It says, no, 3 p.m. It's the Pentagon briefing. The State Department briefing is at 2:15, supposedly. Yeah, these demonstrations are pretty regular. This isn't like just a tonight thing. Families of the hostages have been having demonstrations since last year, I believe. So this is a pretty common thing. I mean, I'm guessing tonight they're hopeful that things will change with Sinwar gone. A time for the time zone I'm in, it literally says it right in the corner of the screen. It says 2:06 p.m. Eastern Time in the lower right corner of the screen. Moose's Backyard, our viewer, thinks that the fact that pictures of Sinwar's body have been released and shared as a trophy shows how hypocritical the West is for picturing itself as superior and so-called terrorist groups as barbarians. That's what Moose's Backyard thinks. Now, I think someone might reply, well, having pictures released isn't as bad as, say, conducting the October 7th attack or something. But it is an interesting question about the pictures getting out. So those pictures and videos did get out. So it's an interesting question as to how did they get out. I mean, were they? See, was it kind of like official release, but not? I don't know. I mean, you'd think somebody could get in real trouble. There were only so many people around that body, so you'd think they could figure out who took the photos or video of the body that has been leaked. You'd think you could get in real trouble for that, unless it was sort of like, let's get these out there. So maybe it was, let's not officially release it, but let's kind of unofficially release it. I don't know. It's an interesting question. I think they have this kind of smoke stuff often at the demonstrations. Thank you, Moose's Backyard, for writing in. The Woodland Ghost Tracker says, who will negotiate on behalf of Hamas? Well, presumably they will pick a new leader at some point, but that might take a while. Thank you so much to The Guardian. That is really generous of you. Wow, The Guardian won. Thank you so much, The Guardian won. That is very kind of you. Thanks for all your support. Also, Richard Foley. Thanks, Richard, for the sticker and for your support, all your support. Thank you so much, Richard Foley. I appreciate it. I don't know that the State Department briefing is going to start in 6 minutes. Supposedly it's starting in 6 minutes. But Harris hasn't even spoken yet. I'll change the video here. See, it says starting soon. Times of Israel says other Hebrew media outlets are reporting that Israel knew Hamas leader Sinwar was hiding in the Tel Sultan neighborhood of Rafah. for months, but they didn't know exactly where he was, and they believed he was hiding underground. Oh, there's also, so Times of Israel says some Hebrew media is claiming that Israel had announced an operation in this area, and they said it was to eliminate some Hamas brigade, but they were really looking for Sinwar. So again, I can't confirm this. I'm sorry I'm yawning. We got started much earlier today, and I didn't sleep as much as I wanted to, or I intended to. So I'm sorry about that. Schedule's a little off. All right, it's 2:13. Supposedly the White House press briefing will start at 2:15. Is that true? We'll have to see. Oh, did the White House release a statement? Let's see. Yes, there's a new statement from the White House. I'm going to read you the White House statement right now. New statement from the White House. Statement from President Biden on the death of Yahya Sinwar. Early this morning, Israeli authorities informed my national security team that a mission they conducted in Gaza likely killed Yahya Sinwar. DNA tests have now confirmed Sinwar is dead. This is a good day for Israel, the United States, and for the world. As the leader of the terrorist group Hamas, says President Biden, Sinwar was responsible for the deaths of thousands of Israelis, Palestinians, Americans, and citizens from over 30 countries. He was the mastermind of the October 7th massacres, rapes, and kidnappings. It was on his orders that Hamas terrorists invaded Israel to intentionally and with unspeakable savagery kill and massacre civilians, a Holocaust survivor, children in front of their parents, and parents in front of their children. Over 1,200 people were killed on that day, the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust, including 46 Americans. More than 250 were taken hostage, with 101 still missing. That number includes 7 Americans, 4 of whom are believed to be still alive and held by Hamas terrorists. Sinwar is the man most responsible for this and for so much of what followed. Shortly after the October 7th massacres, says President Biden, I directed special operations personnel and our intelligence professionals to work side by side with their Israeli counterparts to help locate and track Sinwar and other Hamas leaders hiding in Gaza. With our intelligence help, the IDF relentlessly pursued Hamas's leaders, flushing them out of their hiding places and forcing them onto the run. There has rarely been a military campaign like this, says President Biden, with Hamas leaders living and moving through hundreds of... I can't show you. I don't have live footage of the... I know Harris is speaking right now, but I don't have live footage of that I can show you, just to be clear. So maybe I'll tell you something about it after it happens. I'll finish reading Biden's statement to you. Anyways, to finish, so Harris is talking now. To finish what Biden said, he said there has really been a military campaign like this with Hamas leaders living and moving through hundreds of miles of tunnels, organized in multiple stories underground, determined to protect themselves with no care for the civilians suffering above ground. Today, however, proves once again that no terrorist anywhere in the world can escape justice, no matter how long it takes. To my Israeli friends, this is no doubt a day of relief and reminiscence, he says. Similar to the scenes witnessed throughout the United States after President Obama ordered the raid to kill Osama bin Laden in 2011. Israel has had every right to eliminate the leadership and military structure of Hamas. Hamas is no longer capable of carrying out another October 7th. I will be speaking soon with Prime Minister Netanyahu and other Israeli leaders to congratulate them, to discuss the pathway for bringing the hostages home to their families and for ending this war once and for all, which has caused so much devastation to innocent people. There is now the opportunity for a day after in Gaza without Hamas in power and for a political settlement that provides a better future for Israelis and Palestinians alike. Yahya Sinwar was an insurmountable obstacle to achieving all these goals. That obstacle no longer exists, but much work remains before us, says President Biden. So that's the White House statement. And I know that Harris just spoke, Vice President Harris. Again, she's done speaking, but I didn't have the rights to show that. So I'll let you know what she says. Julie Sirkin with NBC News says, Harris said, "This moment gives us the opportunity to finally end the war in Gaza, and it must end in such a way that Israel is secured, the hostages are released, and the suffering in Gaza ends. And it is time for the day after to begin without Hamas." Both Biden and Harris talking about a day after. I have not heard a statement from Iran yet. All right, we will see shortly. We're supposed to have the State Department briefing. There's also a gaggle that's supposed to be coming up. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre and National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan are supposed to do a press audio thing, audio only, on Air Force One. I don't know when that's going to start. It was supposed to start at noon, but it got delayed. Biden is going to Germany. Still waiting for the State Department press briefing. Max Brand says, "I hope this is the end of this." Wikipedia says a press gaggle is an informal press briefing. It's an informal press briefing. It has been used to refer to a briefing by the White House press secretary on the record, but disallowing videography. Hey, thanks so much to UV. Thank you, UV, for the gift memberships. I appreciate that, UV. And also Maisie H. Thank you, Maisie H, for your support. And Snaz Merelda. Thank you, Snaz Merelda. So Biden released a written statement, which I read you. Harris spoke briefly on camera, which I told you some of. And we are waiting for the State Department briefing. New update from the Israeli military. Israeli military announces 5 soldiers killed in combat in southern Lebanon. According to Reuters, let me get the original. We've been hearing about this possibility for a couple days. Yeah, Timur Azari from Reuters says 5 Israeli soldiers killed in combat in southern Lebanon, several others severely injured. We were talking about that like 2 days ago. And we were saying that there were reports in Arabic language media. Maybe it was yesterday. I thought it was 2 days ago. But there were these reports floating around that something like that had happened. Itay Blumenthal reports, he is with Khan News. Five Israeli soldiers were killed yesterday in clashes with terrorists in southern Lebanon. At around 5 p.m., a force of the Golani Patrol entered a building following intelligence information about a multi-story building where they located several shafts. At one point, half an hour after the forces were already in the building, 4 terrorists came from the building and opened fire at the fighters at short range. The fighters returned fire. 4 terrorists were killed and 3 seriously injured. The wounded were treated in the field, rescued from the scene by a helicopter under cover of fire from the Air Force. Less than an hour later, the wounded arrived at Rambam. That is from Itay Blumenthal, who's an Israeli reporter. So again, 5 Israeli soldiers killed in combat in southern Lebanon. That just got announced by the Israeli military. The IDF says an office that 3 others were severely injured. 3 others were severely injured. Also in Gaza, a soldier was severely injured yesterday. And another soldier was severely injured in southern Lebanon yesterday. And 4 soldiers were severely injured today in southern Lebanon. In total, 9 soldiers have been severely injured. 8 of them in southern Lebanon. So 5 Israeli soldiers dead in southern Lebanon and 8 severely injured. And it looks like the last couple days. That is an announcement from the IDF. Not good news coming out for Israel. But again, we had been hearing reports of this at least a day ago. Why don't I report on Lebanese casualties, Athena? Apparently you have not been watching our coverage. I regularly report on Lebanese casualties. Watch the stream from last night. We talked about a number of Israeli airstrikes where Lebanese people had been killed and injured. We are waiting for the State Department press briefing. Oh, Jake Sullivan is live now? Hold on.
A lot of the moves that President Biden has made, both domestically and internationally, have been characterized as Trump-proofing the U.S. government for a future Trump presidency. How do you feel about that characterization? I'm talking about moves like bringing NATO under...
Hey guys, I'm going to replay some of the moments ago this gaggle started. It's like a press briefing on Air Force One.
This is the president's first visit to Berlin after the transition. The United States in a way forward that gets the hostages home, brings the war to an end, brings us.
Here's what Jake Sullivan said. Hold on.
The United States is committed to do.
Hang on. Let me put this up on the air for you. Give me a moment here. This is audio of this press gaggle. Now I did that. Nothing's working. Nothing's working. Why is that moving? All right, let me play this. This is from moments ago. And this is Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor. Sorry, it's confusing here. It's only audio.
Doing everything in our power to help contribute to that. The last thing I will say is that from Shortly after October 7th, President Biden dispatched special operations personnel and intelligence professionals to Israel to work side by side with their Israeli counterparts in the hunt for Hamas leaders, including Sinwar. And it was with American intelligence help that many of these leaders, including Sinwar.
Hang on, there is a rocket alert. I don't have a camera at the rocket alert location. I don't believe. I'll show you where it is. Here's where the rocket alert is. I don't have a camera there. It's in the Golan Heights. Sorry. The rocket alert is in the Golan Heights at Neve Ativ. I will keep an eye on that and let you know if I hear anything. That is the latest rocket alert. One location, Neve Ativ in the Golan Heights. All right, let me also figure out what I have on the screen right now. I might put the press briefing up full screen. It's supposed to be starting soon. So confused. Okay. Too much going on. Let's play a little audio of the... Why am I still hearing noise? Oh, sorry. I want to get that off. Let's listen to a little more of this. While we're waiting for the State Department press briefing, I'm going to play a little more of this audio-only Air Force One, like informal press briefing, which is just audio.
Were hunted and tracked, flushed out of their hiding places and put on the run. And ultimately, this is a credit to the IDF for taking out Sinwar over the course of the last hours and days. But we're proud of the support that the United States has given to the IDF all along the way. So with that, I'd be happy to take your questions.
Yeah. Can you say anything? Oh, God. Sorry.
Jake, thanks so much for doing this. You kind of implied that Sinwar had been an obstacle to hostage release and ceasefire. How big an obstacle is that? And does this give you additional hope now of a ceasefire and possibly a hostage release? How should we process this?
I didn't just imply it, I stated it explicitly. At various points along the way, Sinwar was more interested in causing mayhem and chaos and death than in actually trying to achieve a ceasefire and hostage deal. And we repeatedly saw moments where it was him in particular who stood in the way of making progress towards a ceasefire and hostage deal. Now, there were other obstacles too along the way, but he was certainly a critical one. And yes, I think his removal from the battlefield does present an opportunity to find a way forward that gets the hostages home, brings the war to an end, brings us to a day after. That's something we're going to have to talk about with our Israeli counterparts. Of course, there are still other Hamas actors who need to be brought to justice, and there are hostages, including Americans, being held by terrorists. We're going to have to deal with all of that, but we believe there is a renewed opportunity right now that we would like to seize.
Yeah.
Do you assess this as being the cutting off of the head of the Hydra, or what's your assessment of Hamas's capabilities from now on? Is there going to be a mop-up, and what would you recommend the Israelis do?
Sinwar was a critical figure operationally, militarily, and politically for Hamas. He had, in fact, consolidated control of both the political and military wing under his singular leadership in recent weeks and months. And so this is a very significant event. But what exactly it means for the future of Hamas as an organization, it's early days yet. We will have to see. What we do know is that the broad military structure, the battalions of Hamas, have been systematically dismantled. We do know that Hamas does not pose the kind of threat to Israel that it posed on October 7th or anything close to it. We also know that there are still Hamas terrorists wielding guns and holding hostages and harboring a desire to continue to attack Israel and attack others. And so we're going to have to sort through all of that. But this is an incredibly significant blow to Hamas. It is the removal of someone who, as I said, was unique in the consolidation of the control of the Hamas apparatus under his command. And now we will have to work to ensure that his death actually does deal the kind of long-term blow to Hamas that all of us would like to see.
Do you think Netanyahu is done now, that he's reached his objectives? You just laid out the decimation of Hamas.
It's a critical objective that has not been reached. That objective is the return of the hostages, including American hostages. So from the United States' perspective, we now need to work with Israel, with Qatar and Egypt, with others, and this is something we'll discuss with our European partners as well, to secure the release of those hostages. We'd like to see that happen.
You referenced U.S. intel. To what extent did that play a role in this particular operation?
This operation was an IDF operation. I'm not here to overclaim or try to take credits for something where the credit belongs to them. But the Americans, the special operations personnel, the intelligence professionals, they also deserve our thanks for the work that they did alongside the IDF over the course of many months to help create the kind of counterterrorism pressure in Gaza that put a lot of these guys on the run. And Sinwar was plainly on the run.
Earlier this week, Secretary Blinken and Secretary Austin sent letters to their counterparts threatening legal action if the humanitarian situation in Gaza doesn't improve. Can you give us a sense of what that legal option would be, and if there are any deadlines or specific actions that the president will raise with Prime Minister Netanyahu about that today?
The letter speaks for itself. I think a lot of the headlines were breathless and overblown. We have had an ongoing dialogue with Israel for months now about improving the humanitarian situation. We have had previous communications that looked quite similar and that generated positive momentum towards opening crossings and getting more aid in. We've had actually constructive back and forth with our Israeli counterparts over the last few days in response to our requests, and we expect that we'll see progress on the ground. One thing that has unfolded this week is the reopening of some of the crossings that had been closed in the north, and trucks going in. We need to see that sustained and expanded as we go forward, among the other requests in that letter. But just the other point I would make here is that it was a private diplomatic communication. It was a serious, substantive laydown. It's part of our ongoing work in partnership with Israel, and having it all out there in the open leaked in the way that it was, I think, was highly unfortunate, and I'll leave it at that.
Can you give us a sense of what the president will say in this conversation with Netanyahu? Will he push for an accelerated timeline for a ceasefire? Will he say, kind of now you've achieved the main main objective and we should move forward on other things, or push for humanitarian aid?
I'm going to let the president speak to the prime minister before I preview what he's going to say in the press on the record, but we'll try to give you a good sense of both what the president is thinking and what he's communicating to the prime minister at the appropriate time.
To what extent do you think this success with Sinwar might embolden Netanyahu when it comes to retaliating against Iran, or do you see them as totally unrelated? And what are your conversations right now with them in terms of restraint, or whatever you want to call it, when the president has thoughts about what the targets should be when they head back?
We've had very constructive communications with the Israelis about how they're thinking about responding to the attack on October 1st. Those conversations will continue. I can't speculate as to the psychology of the prime minister based on what happened today. What I can say is that the logic of deterrence, the logic of a response to a salvo of 200 ballistic missiles. Nothing in the Middle East is unrelated, but that is a distinct logic from the killing of Sinwar today.
Jake, going back to the trip, what message will President Biden give his fellow leaders about America's place in the world, given the uncertainty around our upcoming election?
Say that again.
What reassurance will President Biden give his fellow leaders about America's place in the world, given the uncertainty about our upcoming presidential election?
What President Biden can do is what he's done for 4 years, which is lay out his vision of America's place in the world and point the way forward based on what he thinks are in America's national security interests and in the interests of our close allies. Beyond that, he can't speak for anyone else and doesn't intend to.
Is there any
your calculus on whether Israel can come to the table on a ceasefire by the end of the year? Your calculus on whether a ceasefire could be reached by the end of the year?
I've long since given up on making predictions or drawing timelines. All I can say is that we see an opportunity now that we want to seize to try to secure the release of the hostages, and we're going to work at that as rapidly as we possibly can.
Given the situation, would the president reconsider possibly holding a press conference during his time in Berlin? It would be good to hear from him firsthand on how he thinks about this and the situation in Ukraine.
I will note for the record there are heads nodding. I'll also note for the record that is a really fascinating way to bring the press into the middle of a world historical event. And I'll leave it at that.
I'll follow up on that. The president talks about democracy as being a key part of his administration, of his vision for America that you just referenced. Why would he not take questions from the press at what was originally going to be a state visit to Germany? I don't understand.
Fascinating how you guys can make this the story.
It's not the story, it's just a question.
I mean, honestly, I think invoking democracy and suggesting that President Biden is somehow insufficiently committed to it because of the structure of his press engagement on one day in Germany is a bit ludicrous.
I can ask a Germany question. So a lot of the moves that President Biden has made, both domestically and internationally, have been characterized as Trump-proofing the U.S. government for a future Trump presidency. How do you feel about that characterization? I'm talking about moves like bringing NATO under, forgive me, it's too complicated to explain, but you know what I'm talking about. So do you think he's Trump-proofing?
I don't like characterizations like that because they're inherently political.
So what's he doing then?
What the president's trying to do is to make our commitment to Ukraine sustainable and institutionalized for the long term. And every other ally agreed that that was the responsible thing to do.
With the necessarily reduced U.S. role, is that the idea?
Not at all. The basic logic was what the president laid out at the Washington summit this summer, which is the communique said Ukraine's place, Ukraine's future is in NATO. There is work to do to get from here to there, including reforms and security conditions being met. So the question is, how do you build a bridge from where we are now to Ukraine's eventual membership in NATO? And the answer to that question was the set of deliverables in Washington, including the institutionalization of the security support apparatus for Ukraine. That is what we were trying to accomplish, and that's what we believe we did accomplish.
Jake, on Iran, can you confirm and elaborate on reporting that President Biden directed the NSC to warn Iran that any attempt on President Trump's life would be seen as an act of war?
I will tell you that President Biden has taken this issue with the utmost seriousness. He asks to be updated on it regularly. He gives us direction for how to respond to it regularly and in a very serious and consequential way. We are following his directives and implementing them, and I'm not going to get into specifics on what that looks like.
Jake, what about these reports that President Trump and President Putin have had 7 conversations? Are you worried about this? Are you worried about any sort of backdoor conversations President Trump is having with leaders?
I do not know if that's true or not, but obviously that would raise red flags if it were true.
Another one on, since you just said Putin, there's been reporting in Germany that Chancellor Scholz said he would be open to speaking with President Putin ahead of the G20 if asked, sort of various ways he said it. Have you guys talked about this? Has he told President Biden about this? And do you think this would be a good idea to do a leader-level conversation with President Putin at this time?
That has not come up between the chancellor and the president. I was just in Germany at the end of last week with my German counterpart. The question of a call to Putin didn't come up. So I think that's a question better put to the chancellor.
The official who briefed us yesterday about the Germany trip on the phone mentioned that the Ramstein meeting would be rescheduled. Does that mean the president will be going back to Ramstein at some point, or what did that mean?
We will hold a leaders-level Ramstein meeting virtually in November.
One more on the frozen assets deal, the Russian frozen assets. What's the progress on that there? I assume this comes up in the conversation. Is there a plan B if the EU doesn't figure out a sanctions regime?
We're feeling very good about the progress that we've made on the G7 commitment to mobilize $50 billion from the proceeds of the Russian sovereign assets by the end of the year. We intend to meet that commitment. And
okay, so I wanted to play that we were listening to. It just happened, it's like on a few minutes delay, but there was because President Biden's going to Germany, they had on Air Force One, it's like a press briefing, but it's audio only. So Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, was talking. So I wanted to play because he was talking about Hamas and talking about Iran and Israel. But oh, here we go. Look, State Department press briefing starting right now. State Department press briefing, and we have video for it. All right. Look, State Department press briefing right now. Right now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start with some opening remarks. Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas who was killed in an Israeli military operation in Gaza yesterday, was a brutal, vicious terrorist responsible for the death of American citizens, Israelis, and civilians from more than 30 countries across the world. His decision, and it was very much his decision, to launch the terrorist attacks of October 7th, unleashed a year of tragedy in the Middle East. 1,200 people murdered on October 7th. 254 hostages kidnapped and hauled into Gaza, including children, infants, elderly, and men and women of all ages. More than 40,000 people dead in Gaza, many of them civilians. That is the blood-soaked legacy that Yahya Sinwar leaves behind. He didn't just launch this conflict, but for the past year has refused the efforts of the United States and our partners to end it, refused to return home the hostages who have been separated from their families for more than a year, refused to agree to a ceasefire proposal endorsed by the United Nations Security Council and countries around the world, and who in recent weeks refused to even negotiate at all on a ceasefire and an end to the war. There are 101 hostages who remain in Gaza, including 7 Americans. And of course, there are 2 million Palestinians who continue to suffer the consequences of Sinwar's decision to endanger their lives. The path that Sinwar wanted for the region, death, destruction, instability, chaos, is a path that we know the people of the region reject. The horrors of the past year cannot be the future, and they do not need to be the future. It is time to chart a different path. So over the days ahead, the United States will redouble our efforts to return the hostages home, to bring an end to this war, to alleviate the suffering of the Palestinian people, and to allow the people of Gaza to begin to rebuild their lives. With that, Matt.
Okay. I'll start with this, obviously, but please don't close the briefing without allowing me or someone else to ask about the other very big story of the day, which is, of course, the new UN partition proposal for Western Sahara.
Okay.
So when you say that over the course of the day, over the days ahead, the U.S. will redouble your efforts, how exactly is that going to happen?
So a few things about that. First of all, as you know, we've been trying to achieve a ceasefire that returns the hostages home, alleviates the suffering of the Palestinian people, and ends the war for many months now. And the chief obstacle to reaching that ceasefire and bringing it into the war has been Sinwar, who has refused to negotiate at all in recent weeks and has said no time and time again. That obstacle has obviously been removed. Can't predict that that means that whoever replaces Hamas will agree to a ceasefire, but it does remove what has been in recent months the chief obstacle to getting one. So we're going to continue to work with our partners to try to find an end to the war. The secretary already today, while on Air Force One with the president flying to Berlin, called the prime minister of Qatar, who has been one of our two mediators, other mediators, working to reach an end to the war. He called the foreign minister of Saudi Arabia to talk about the path forward, and he will be having additional contacts in the days ahead.
Right, but what exactly does redouble your efforts mean?
So it means redoubling our efforts to try and get an agreement that would bring the hostages home. Look,
I'm asking you for the logistics. I understand what you want. I want to know what that actually means, redouble. Does it mean that you're going to be making twice as many calls?
So you know the proposal that has been on the table for some time. We're going to be trying to push that proposal forward. We now have a different, well, we don't know who will be on the other end of the negotiating table now, but it certainly won't be Sinwar. So there's a different, it is a very different situation. Now, I don't want to predict too much what our efforts will look like over the course of the days, because we are just hours after what is a seismic event that changes the nature of this conflict. But we believe it is an opportunity to try and bring an end to this war, and we're determined to try and seize that opportunity.
Okay, but so you, but in.
So
are you going back to a place where you were 2 months ago? Because I just don't. The redoubling suggests that you're
from a policy perspective and a strategic objectives perspective, what we want to achieve. We are in the same place, and we are going to continue to try to push forward the same proposals we have done with our mediators.
So redoubling does not include changes.
So here's the difference. Over the past few weeks, there have been no negotiations for an end to the war because Sinwar has refused to negotiate. There's been no path to ending this war because Sinwar has refused to talk about releasing the hostages or coming to a ceasefire. We now see an opportunity with him being removed from the battlefield, being removed from the leadership of Hamas, and we want to seize that opportunity.
Okay, thanks.
Shelley.
Couple of things. Can you confirm that Sinwar died yesterday?
He was, so I assume that he died yesterday. So I will leave the Israelis to speak to the exact results, but it was as the result of an operation that they conducted yesterday. I don't believe that he lay where he was brought down for hours and died later, but the Israelis can speak to that. They will be the ones that conduct any testing and can provide any results.
No confirmation, but that's your belief
the operation they carried out was yesterday. I assume that he died instantly or fairly shortly thereafter, but the Israelis can speak to that.
Does the leadership in Qatar, after the secretary spoke to them, do you suspect or do you know if they know who Hamas's chosen successor is going to be?
I don't think anyone can say with any certainty. Hamas has a process that they go through in these situations. We saw them go through that process after the death of Hanea. I could only expect that they will go through that process again. I don't think anyone can predict. People can always speculate, of course, about who the next leader of Hamas will be, but I don't think anyone can predict with any degree of certainty. But what we would hope, is that whoever the next leader of Hamas is, he will look at what has happened over the past year and look at the suffering that Hamas's actions have brought upon the Palestinian people who they aim to represent, whose cause they aim to advance, and will look and decide that they ought to pursue a different path forward. They ought to pursue a path that isn't one of death and destruction and chaos and harm to Israeli civilians and harm to Palestinian civilians, but one that the United States has presented, that Egypt has presented, that Qatar has presented, that other countries in the region and around the world have presented and endorsed. And so that's what we'll be pushing for.
Are you communicating that to, indirectly, to, I guess, the remaining leadership there? That are you communicating that is the United States' hope and what you're pushing for?
So I'm not going to speak about any communications that our mediators will have. We always let them speak to those. We are communicating with Qatar. We'll be communicating with other partners in the region. I think that our position is fairly well known. Now, of course, we don't know who the person at the other end of the phone is going to be. We don't know who will be making decisions for Hamas now. What we do know is that the person who had been the chief obstacle to moving forward with an end of the war is now fortuitously no longer with us.
Last question. So I know that you hope this is a big opportunity for ceasefire negotiations and a deal and return of the hostages, but a little more macro, what about for a two-state solution? How do you think this?
Of course, that is the goal that we want to see. That has been our policy for some time. We ultimately want to see a path forward that allows Palestinians in Gaza to rebuild their lives, to rebuild their neighborhoods, to have security, to have Palestinian-led governance that they choose, not that it's imposed upon them by the outside world, to live free from the grip of a brutal terrorist organization as opposed to how they have been living in Gaza for the past couple of decades, and ultimately an independent Palestinian state where Gaza is reunited with the West Bank.
But that's just like a lot of hope and no chance, or have you seen any, I don't know, indications that this could create an opening for
well,
that?
I do want to just step back, and this, I think, will be an answer I give to a lot of questions like that today, which is we are just hours after a very significant event. I think we're going to have to watch and see how things settle before people can make predictions about how the days, weeks, and months ahead will play out. One thing we do know for certain is that the world is a better place with Sinwar gone from it, and it gives us an opportunity that we didn't have as long as he still called the shots for Hamas. Now, what that will mean, we'll have to wait and see in the days ahead. Yeah.
Could I ask you something? You said that this removes an obstacle. On the Secretary's last visit to Israel, he said very publicly that Netanyahu was on board with the ceasefire plan as events stood with the bridging proposal. Is that still the perception in the United States that the Israelis are completely on board with what was on the table?
So they had accepted the bridging proposal, and if you remember what else he said at the time is there were still remaining pieces to that deal that needed to be agreed between Hamas and Israel. So we had gone significantly down the road in first getting an agreement on the framework, then getting an agreement on the bridging proposal, but there were still a number of implementing details that needed to be implemented or needed to be agreed to, and that Israel was going to face some tough decisions in getting there, and we were going to push Israel to make those tough decisions. And so that remains the case. But what happened in the interim after that visit is that Hamas just walked away from the negotiating table. And so the work that we wanted to do to bridge those final differences, we couldn't do because you didn't have two partners to talk to.
So, but what again, of course, is that there was the issues of the Philadelphia corridor and all that. Is it the impression in the United States that there needs to be efforts as well with the Israelis right now, maybe push them a little bit harder to get to the place where the U.S. wants them to be?
So, as I said, of course there will be tough decisions that the Israelis will need to make to get an agreement to end this war. And we have made clear any number of times that we will have very direct, candid conversations with them about the need to make those tough decisions. But we weren't even in a place to do that when you have no one at the other end of the table willing to even agree to negotiate. So you can't tell the Israelis they have to make tough decisions when Sinwar is sitting on the other side saying, I'm not even going to negotiate the end of this at all. We're now in a different place. What that means going forward, too early to tell, but we do believe it is an opportunity that we want to pursue.
And just pursuing that, I mean, obviously we're talking about Gaza right now, but of course there's Lebanon. There's the war has clearly expanded from where we were a few months ago. When we're saying that when the Secretary and the President are saying that it's time to end the conflict, does this also mean in Lebanon? Is it the time also to end the conflict?
We do want to see ultimately a diplomatic resolution and all. Now, look, you face a different situation in Lebanon. There are still Hezbollah forces in close proximity of the Israel border, the border between Israel and Lebanon, who still not only maintain the capability to launch terrorist attacks against Israel, but are still launching terrorist attacks against Israel, continue to rain rockets down on Israel from just across the border. So it is a different conflict in a different space. We have never thought the two conflicts ought to be linked together, but obviously there are those in the region who have seen the two of them as linked. So ultimately, we want to see a diplomatic resolution to that conflict. We want to see an end to the fighting there. We want to see it done in a way that guarantees the implementation of 1701, so Hezbollah actually withdraws north of the Litani River. I can't put a timetable on it as it relates to the work that we want to do in Gaza. They're separate tracks, separate organizations, and we'll pursue them separately.
And just a final thing, just logistically, you mentioned in recent days, have there already been talks by the Secretary by others? You mentioned that he was on the phone from Air Force One with the Israelis specifically since the news came in.
We've had a number of conversations with the Israeli government, both as we were waiting to have this information confirmed. They notified us early this morning that they believed they had killed Sinwar, but they wanted to conduct testing to confirm it. And then we had a number of conversations, as you might imagine, at several different levels to try and confirm that information. And we'll have further conversations in the days ahead. I think, as you saw the president say in his statement, he plans to speak to Prime Minister Netanyahu in the near future.
You just said that the Israelis notified U.S. early this morning that they believe Sinwar was killed. Can you just give us a little bit more detail? Was that notification, did it come through this building, or did it go to the White House or the Pentagon? Do you know where that channel was?
It came in multiple channels. There were people in this building who were notified. There were people in our embassy who were notified. I certainly would expect that people in the Pentagon and people in the White House were notified as well. As you know, we have multiple channels of communication with the government of Israel, and we were told over multiple channels early this morning.
And you also, you and other U.S. officials in the last hour have been saying now it's time to bring an end to this war between Hamas and Israel. But we've been watching as Israel has been conducting these counterterrorism operations in Gaza because they say Hamas is reconstituting. If the time is now to bring an end to this conflict, should they stop those counterterrorism operations?
So Israel achieved an incredibly important strategic objective today, but their other strategic objectives remain. First and foremost among them, the return of the hostages, including the 7 Americans who remain held hostage. So we want to see those hostages returned home. I know Israel wants to see those hostages returned home, and it's important that they continue to work to return those hostages home. But ultimately, we want to make sure that they take the strategic objectives that they have accomplished, and today was a significant one, but they've accomplished other strategic objectives over the course of the past year in degrading Hamas's military capabilities to the extent that in no sense could they launch an attack today that looked anything like the attack of last October 7th. They are in no way a functioning military force the way that they were on October 7th, though they, of course, still maintain significant ability to wreak havoc and launch terrorist attacks. So what we want to see from them, and this is what we'll be discussing with them, is how they take those strategic objectives that they have met and turn that into an enduring strategic victory. And from our perspective, that means a path forward in Gaza that isn't just a military path forward for degrading Hamas and continuing to fight Hamas fighters over and over and seeing 100 fighters killed and 100 new fighters join over the course of a day or a month and being in this perpetual cycle of continuing to fight on the ground there. What we want to see is a path forward that brings the hostages home and sets the conditions for the day after, where you have reconstruction in Gaza, you have actual security in Gaza, and you have a political path forward for the people in Gaza that is determined by the people in Gaza. And so those are the conversations we are going to have with the government of Israel, as well as with our other partners in the days ahead. Those are the conversations the Secretary started already today with his counterparts in Qatar and Saudi Arabia.
All right, let's check out the Pentagon press briefing, which is on at the same time. Pentagon press briefing 2.
Confirmed Sinwar's death. During the call, Secretary Austin also reaffirmed U.S. support for Israel's right to defend itself and reiterated that the deployment of the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense Battery represents the United States' unwavering, enduring, and ironclad commitment to Israel's security. The Secretary also expressed strong support for the immediate release of all remaining hostages and a ceasefire in Gaza. We'll have much more to say from the department on the death of Sinwar very soon, and we'll keep you updated. Separately, as we announced last evening, U.S. military forces, including U.S. Air Force B-2 bombers, conducted precision strikes against 5 hardened underground weapons storage locations in Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen. U.S. forces targeted several of the Houthis' underground facilities, housing various weapons components of the types the Houthis have used to target civilian and military vessels throughout the region. U.S. Central Command is still conducting a post-strike assessment, so I don't have any details to provide on that front, other than to say that we struck exactly what we intended to hit. We'll provide updates as appropriate. As Secretary Austin highlighted in his statement last night, the employment of the B-2 bomber was a unique demonstration of the United States' ability to target facilities that our adversaries seek to keep out of reach, no matter how deeply buried underground, hardened, or fortified. And it demonstrates U.S. global strike capabilities to take action against these targets when necessary, anytime, anywhere. It also sends a clear message to the Houthis that there will continue to be consequences for their illegal and reckless attacks, which put innocent civilian lives and U.S. and partner forces' lives at risk. Shifting gears, Secretary Austin arrived yesterday in Brussels and today participated in a de-ISIS ministerial, the first session of the NATO Defense Ministerial, and a productive meeting of the NATO-Ukraine Council. In his opening remarks at the de-ISIS ministerial, Secretary Austin highlighted the work over the last decade of the global coalition to defeat ISIS. And I quote, "For 10 years, this coalition has tackled the scourge of ISIS. Our success stems from our resolve, our commitment to working together, and our willingness to adapt. These core elements will remain at the heart of the next phase of our mission," end quote. Tomorrow, Secretary Austin will participate in the second session of the NATO Defense Ministerial and engage with his NATO counterparts to discuss strengthening the collective security of the alliance and international support to Ukraine's defense. We'll continue to provide readouts and updates on the Secretary's engagements throughout his travels. And finally, the Department of Defense continues to be fully engaged with FEMA and the whole of government relief efforts related to Hurricanes Helene and Milton, and will continue to work with our federal, state, and local partners to ensure we're supporting and coordinating response efforts in support of our fellow Americans. As of earlier today, the National Guard had more than 4,200 guardsmen, nearly 600 high water vehicles, helicopters, and more than a dozen watercraft from 7 states mobilized for the response and recovery mission following Hurricane Milton. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has approximately 450 people supporting with temporary roof support, infrastructure assessment, debris control, flood response, and more. Meanwhile, the department's support for the U.S. government's combined response for Hurricane Helene continues as well. The National Guard has roughly 2,500 guardsmen, 65 high water vehicles, and 11 helicopters from 13 states mobilized. Approximately 1,400 active duty soldiers are mobilized as well, working with federal, state, and local partners on coordinated response efforts. Active duty forces have been engaged in road clearing, commodity distribution, and access to isolated personnel. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has more than 500 personnel engaged in 33 missions across the region, supporting debris control, temporary power, infrastructure assessment, flood control, and safe waterways assessments. Secretary Austin continues to receive updates on these response efforts, and the department continues to be engaged with interagency partners in support of FEMA, the White House, state, and local governments. The Secretary and his team are also focused on DoD personnel and their families who may be impacted by the hurricanes. With that, I'd be glad to take your questions. We'll start with Associated Press. Tara.
Thanks, General Ryder. Does Secretary Austin have plans to talk with Minister Gallant again later today, now that the death has been confirmed? And does the building assess that this death creates a greater opportunity for a ceasefire? Will you see Secretary Austin press that further with his counterpart?
So I don't have a call to announce now. As I'm sure you can imagine, I'm sure Secretary Austin will speak with Minister Gallant at the earliest opportunity. And again, we'll read that out when it happens. In terms of the opportunities that this presents, I would highlight the President's statement where he highlighted the fact that there is now an opportunity for a day after in Gaza without Hamas in power. And so it does present an opportunity here for a ceasefire. It presents an opportunity for the release of all the remaining hostages. And of course, we'll continue to work toward that end.
Okay, and then secondly, on the B-2 use last night, is there another aircraft that could have carried the munitions that the B-2 delivered? And if so, why use the B-2 instead of something that was closer to the region?
Yeah, so a couple of things on that. First of all, in the U.S. military, we have, as you know, we have a wide range of aviation capability that can carry a wide assortment of munitions. The B-2 in particular, though, has a large payload, the ability to operate around the world. As I highlighted in the topper, we can strike anywhere, anytime. And in this particular strike, using its unique capability and ability to carry a large payload, to deliver munitions that could penetrate and strike these deep underground facilities that were storing components that the Houthis have been using. Again, it also sends a very clear message that we can strike targets of this nature anytime, anywhere from around the world. Thank you. Jennifer.
General Ryder, when was the last time the U.S. had a read on where Sinwar was, and do you still have troops helping with intel sharing on the ground in Israel?
Yeah, so I, as I'm sure you can appreciate, not going to be able to discuss specific intelligence. As you highlight and as the President's statement highlighted, we have had special operations forces and intelligence personnel supporting Israel's hostage recovery efforts, advising on their hostage recovery efforts since shortly after October 7. And so in that regard, by providing them this information, the Israelis have been able to go after and look for hostages, as well as find those who have been holding them hostage, to include Sinwar.
And in terms of the B-2 strike, had you struck these targets before with other aircraft and munitions and had to go back and use the B-2, or is this a repeat strike?
To my knowledge, this was not a repeat strike. Again, this was to go after very specific capabilities that the Houthis were storing deep underground.
Was it a response to the 23 missiles that were fired on September 27th at the U.S. Destroyers?
This was a response to the continued illegal and reckless action that we see by the Houthis. As you know, this is not the first time that we've struck, but certainly these were unique targets in the sense that they were deep underground targets. Warren.
One question on Israel, one on the B-2s. Did the Special Operations Cell provide any information or intelligence that was used as part of the operations around the killing of Yahya Sinwar?
So my understanding, Oren, is that the short answer is no. This was an Israeli operation. U.S. forces were not directly involved. Again, as we've highlighted, we've had a small number of special operations forces that have been advising the Israelis on hostage recovery efforts. And again, as the President's statement highlighted, that included working side by side with their Israeli counterparts to help locate and track Sinwar and other Hamas leaders hiding in Gaza who've been holding people, to include Americans, hostage since October 7 last year.
Can you say whether information or intelligence generated by the Special Operations Cell there went into previous killings of Hamas leaders like Mohammed Deif or Issa or others?
Again, I'm not going to speak about intelligence other than to say, just highlight what I just told you in terms of sharing intelligence and information in support of hostage recovery efforts and tracking those who have been holding individuals, to include Americans, hostage.
And then just a very quick question on the B-2s. When the Secretary put out a statement last night saying adversaries seeking to essentially place things deep underground in hardened bunkers, you haven't used the word Iran, but that seems a very clear message to Iran and its underground nuclear facilities.
Well, as I highlighted in my topper, it was certainly a message to the Houthis and anyone else, potential adversaries that hide things deep underground. It's a message to them as well. Tony.
One of the unique capabilities is that the B-2 can carry the massive ordnance penetrator, the 30,000-pound bomb that can go deep, deep, deep. Was that used in the first time here?
Yeah, Tony, so for operation security reasons, I'm just not going to be able to get into the type of ordnance that was employed in this mission. Again, the B-2 is a very versatile aircraft that can carry a wide range of munitions tailored for the particular operation that it's been tasked to do. And I'll just leave it there.
Okay, and THAAD, has the THAAD battery arrived, and is it now fully integrated with Israel's air defense systems?
So you saw our statement earlier in the week that troops have begun to arrive in Israel and the components have begun to arrive in Israel. It's going to be fully operations capable in the near future. I'm not going to get into the specific dates for operation security. I will say that it has been integrated into the Israeli air defense as well as our broader U.S. efforts, regionally to support the defense of Israel.
So they can queue Navy destroyers possibly, or swap data with the Navy destroyers in the Eastern Med for air defense and kind of provide an umbrella?
So the way it works is from a sort of from a theater standpoint. The U.S. works closely with Israel and other partners when it comes to things like air defense to coordinate, to exchange information to ensure that we have a holistic picture and can respond to contingencies throughout the area of responsibility, to include supporting the defense of Israel.
Thanks.
Thanks. Let me go to John, yep. And then I'll go to Charlie. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you very much, Gerald. This administration has been saying that Hamas have been largely destroyed, and that's why Israel can't agree to a ceasefire. And today the Vice President said that Hamas have been decimated. Would you say to your Israeli counterparts, to the Israeli government, that if they made the decision to agree to a ceasefire today, especially after today's development, that that wouldn't be a silly decision militarily, that they can trust that decision?
Well, as I'm sure you can appreciate, I'm not going to provide military-to-military advice from the podium to our Israeli counterparts. To your point, Hamas has been incredibly degraded, as evidenced by the killing of their leader, a significant number of their forces, and certainly do not resemble anything close to what they were on October 7, or the ability to conduct the kinds of operations we saw them. So I'll leave it to the Israelis to talk about their plans as it relates to Hamas. But as I highlighted earlier, and as the president highlighted in his statement, the killing of and the death of Sinwar certainly does present an opportunity, and I'll just leave it there.
Can I just one quick follow-up? So as far as I understand, this administration thinks that it makes sense right now to agree to a ceasefire. That's pretty clear, I guess.
Again, I'm Department of Defense, so broadly speaking, we absolutely support a ceasefire so that we can ensure that humanitarian assistance is getting into Gaza, that the Palestinian people can see a restoration of security and stability. But we also recognize the threat that Hamas has posed to Israel. And so we'll continue to consult with Israel and our partners in the region, but obviously want to see a ceasefire as soon as possible. And most importantly, the release of the hostages that continue to be held by Hamas. Charlie.
Thanks, General. Sinwar had American blood on his hands. And the vice president was willing to go a little bit further than you will from there, saying American special operations and intelligence personnel have worked closely with their Israeli counterparts to locate and track Sinwar. He's dead now, so we're not at risk of foiling any sort of intelligence around that. But are you not willing to give us an idea?
I'm not sure what I said that was contrary to that. What I was asked was there direct U.S. involvement in this particular Israeli operation, and I said no.
Did U.S. Special Forces or intelligence know where Sinwar was when this happened?
Again, I'm not going to get into intelligence. What I'm telling you is this was an Israeli operation and that we've been sharing information and intelligence in support of hostage recovery efforts and the tracking of these leaders who have been holding hostages, to include Americans. And so, in so much as it's helped to inform Israeli operations in general, writ large, certainly it has played a role. But in terms of this particular, what happened today or last night, again,
it's an important question.
And I just answered it. So let me go on to Joseph.
Thanks. I know you said the Secretary spoke to his Israeli counterpart before the Sinwar's death was confirmed. But did the Secretary, because as far as we know, you guys haven't received a day after plan from the Israelis in Gaza yet, is that correct?
Again, from a Department of Defense standpoint, we're continuing to talk with our Israeli counterparts in terms of what that would look like. Certainly, it will be a complex undertaking, but, more to follow on that.
And just to follow up on that, does the department think there's anything more to be done militarily in Gaza from the Israeli point of view?
So that's really a question for the Israelis. Again, I think we've been pretty clear that we want to see a ceasefire. We want to see a restoration of a significant flow of humanitarian assistance into Gaza. We want to ensure, though, that Hamas is not in a position to conduct the kinds of attacks that it did on October 7th. Certainly they are, down for the count in terms of their leader. But again, I'll defer to the Israelis to talk about their comfort level on that.
Quick last one. What's the secretary going to do in the Vatican? I think he's got that on the last part of his trip.
He's got an official visit, the Vatican City. Again, we'll have a readout of that when he visits there. So let me go to Wafa. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, General. Over the years, Hamas has shown resilience with replacing leaders when they were killed. So what's different now? Why the assessment within this administration that the killing of Sinwar would remove a significant obstacle in Gaza?
Well, I mean, as you highlight, and this is always a challenge with terrorist organizations, is that you remove the head and another is quickly replaces. So I'm certain that's something that the Israelis will continue to keep an eye on, as will we. But I also don't think you can discount the significance, again, from a counterterrorism standpoint, the role that Sinwar has played in leading this organization, also as the architect, so to speak, of the October 7 Hamas attack against Israel. It's significant that he's been taken off the battlefield. Let me go to the phone here real quick. Dan Lamoth, Washington Post.
General, thanks for your time. I wanted to get your assessment. Does the Pentagon have an assessment, and maybe would be a better way to put it, of whether with the death of Sinwar, whether this is a particularly dangerous time for U.S. troops in the region, whether you anticipate any kind of retaliation by any of the militias or Iran or anything as a result?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. I can't predict the future, and I'm not going to speculate. I mean, we already know that the Middle East is in a very tense situation right now and have taken significant steps to ensure that our forces that are in the region, as well as our citizens, are protected. And so, as we always do, we'll continue to keep our head on a swivel, protect our forces, support the defense of Israel, and be ready to respond to any variety of contingencies should they arise. Let me go to Phil Stewart, Reuters.
Yeah, hi. So sorry to go over this again, but I'm a little confused. I thought Sinwar was a particularly vexing target for intelligence, for the intelligence community. And the comments today suggest that you did have a fix on him at some point, and that you may have contributed to the intelligence picture that that led to this operation without U.S. support. So could you just explain? Did U.S. intelligence then? Are you suggesting U.S. intelligence had a fix on Sinwar?
What I'm suggesting, Phil, is that just to be crystal clear, this was an Israeli operation. There was no U.S. forces directly involved. The United States has helped contribute information and intelligence as it relates to hostage recovery and the tracking and locating of Hamas leaders who have been responsible for holding hostages. And so certainly that contributes in general to the picture. But again, this was an Israeli operation, and I would refer you to them to talk about the details of how the operation went down. Thank you. Let me go to Howard Altman.
Hey, thanks. Really appreciate it. A couple questions about Ukraine. One, what is the Pentagon's assessment of how many North Korean troops are in Russia ready to fight in Ukraine? And secondly, what is the Pentagon's assessment of how the Kursk incursion is going? There's some reports that Ukraine has lost about half the territory invaded. I was hoping you can give me the Pentagon's assessment of both of those things. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Howard. Definitely seen the reporting and the comments about potential DPRK forces, going to Russia or going to Ukraine. I can tell you right now, we're looking into those. We can't confirm or corroborate those reports. If true, that would demonstrate an increase in the cooperation between Russia and North Korea. And I think that would also demonstrate the situation that Russia finds itself in, the dire situation that it finds itself in terms of its forces on the battlefield. As you've heard us recently say, The casualties that Russia is experiencing on the front lines are extremely significant, upwards of 600,000 killed or wounded. And so it just demonstrates the desperation in terms of identifying additional forces for their military. But it's something that we'll continue to keep a close eye on. And then, I'm sorry, your second question?
The second question was about Kursk. There's some reporting that Ukraine has lost about half of the territory it gained in that Kursk incursion. I'm just wondering if the Pentagon has an assessment of how that's going.
Based on the information I have, that is not accurate. There has been some incremental, a small amount of territory retaken by the Russians in Kursk, but at this stage, nothing that we would consider significant. Okay, come back to the room here. John.
Thank you, General. In President's statement, he used a very active language in terms of the involvement of the U.S. intelligence and providing this information to the Israeli side. Is this cooperation was from September 7th up until now? And was it a two-way intelligence sharing, or you only giving them information that you have?
Yeah, so as we've said before, and we've talked about this publicly, we sent a small number of special operations forces to Israel to work out of the embassy to support and to advise the Israelis on hostage recovery efforts. And to put this into context, remember that there are American citizens that are being held hostages, so it's appropriate that American forces would be assisting and advising the Israelis on those recovery efforts.
The President actually is comparing this with, mentioning Osama bin Laden's death as well. So it sounds like the U.S. sees this like the killing of the group that was responsible of that attack, which Israel used to show it as the 9/11 of Israel. So do you think that this is going to be like an opportunity to cease fire?
Well, again, I think the President's statement speaks for itself. And as I already highlighted in that statement, he highlights the fact that this is an opportunity for a day after in Gaza without a Hamas. And so I'll just leave it there. Constantine.
Thanks, Pat. Going back to the THAAD deployment, since, as you say, most of the unit appears to now be in Israel, are you able to offer any more specifics as to what the unit is or where they came from, what army base they were deployed from?
Constantine, I don't have more to provide for you from the podium here other than to say the unit did deploy from the U.S., and it's an air defense capability that will be integrated into the broader air defense capabilities that we're providing in the support of Israel's defense.
Okay. And slightly related question, as we sort of look forward to Israel's future, you said, the flow of humanitarian aid is important for it to resume. Does the DoD see itself as playing a significant role in getting that humanitarian aid into Israel?
So right now, from a U.S. government standpoint, of course, USAID is the lead organization on U.S. efforts to get aid in there. Certainly, the department helps to advise, and we'll support as necessary, to include on the diplomatic front. As you have seen in some of our readouts recently from Secretary Austin's conversations with Minister Gallant, that has been a topic of discussion and continues to be an important topic of discussion. So if we have any, I don't have anything to announce right now, but if that changes, we'll let you know. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have several on Ukraine. First, President Zelensky said that the latest weapons package for Ukraine we saw yesterday included some long-range weapons. Was this ATACMS or something else? And could you also specify which air-to-ground munitions were included in this package?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. I'm not going to be able to go into more detail beyond what was in the readout.
Secondly, does the Pentagon support the implementation of Zelensky's victory plan that he presented these days, specifically when it comes to lifting restrictions on long-range strikes inside Russia and continuation of Ukraine's military operations on Russian territory?
Well, I know that at the NATO defense ministerials and in his consultations, in his conversations and consultations with his Ukrainian counterpart, we continue to learn more about the president's victory plan. I can tell you what Secretary Austin does support is Ukraine's success in terms of defending their sovereign territory and the freedom of the Ukrainian people. And so we're going to continue to work closely with the Ukrainians, closely with our allies and partners to ensure that we understand Ukraine's needs and that we're supporting their capability requirements on the battlefield.
I have a short one. Zelensky also said that if they start implementing this victory plan now, it may be possible to end the war next year. Does the Pentagon agree with that assessment?
Again, I don't have anything to provide on that other than, we're going to continue to support Ukraine for the long haul. We're going to continue to ensure we understand and are supporting their battlefield requirements. Nancy.
Hey guys, really quick, I want to mention that at 3:40 Eastern Time, in 9 minutes supposedly, there's going to be a statement given by the Israeli military spokesperson, Daniel Hagari. Now, I think that might end up being all in Hebrew, but sometimes I feel like he says some of it in English, so we'll probably check that out as well. So that's coming up in like 9 minutes. Okay? We've been showing you the Pentagon briefing and the Department of State briefing. I think I might, for the moment, we heard the general view of what the Pentagon and the State Department had to say about Gaza. So I think I might go away from those now and maybe kind of talk to you guys a little more until we hear from the Israeli spokesperson, military spokesperson. So if that's all right with you, I'm going to do that. But what I'll do is I'll throw up on the screen now. I'm going to put up on the screen now. Hold on. That is the that's from Gaza. That's from a Khan Yunis, Gaza, right there. And let me get something else on the screen. Oh, I have a shot of Tel Aviv. Hold on a second. I have, yes, a shot of Tel Aviv. That is the morgue where the body is, I think. Morgue where Sinwar's body was brought. That's from AFP. So up there on the top left, that is the morgue where Sinwar's body was brought. That's Tel Aviv, Israel. Hang on. Right, that's that. And then here we have this is not Tel Aviv. This is going to be Khan Yunis, Gaza. Yes, that is, sorry. Oh, hold on a second. I have the Army spokesperson. We're waiting for. There. So we're waiting to hear from the Army spokesperson, Daniel Hagari. But again, I think it's going to be mostly in Hebrew, if not all in Hebrew. That might be all in Hebrew. That's coming up in 5 minutes. So, but maybe somebody, I'm sure I'll see a translation from Israeli media. But if anybody wants to translate in the chat, they can do that as well. So, hey, I want to say a quick thanks, by the way. Let me thank a couple people here. Uh-oh. I think that Tel Aviv shot may be gone. Yeah, that Tel Aviv shot is gone. All right, let me lose that. I'm gonna lose this one too. Oh no, I'll put Khan Yunis up there. This is Khan Yunis, Gaza. Okay, oops. I gotta do one more thing here. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. Hey, thanks so much, Rick D, for the memberships. Thanks for more gift memberships from Rick D and also your donation. Rick D, thanks for all your support. So kind of you. Thank you. Also, thanks to Rob R.I., our new member. Thank you, J.R. Renaud for your support. Thank you. Thank you, David C., our new member. Batya, our new member. Thank you. Rainer P., thanks so much for the gift memberships. Gordon C.A., thanks for the gift memberships. And Stephen C., thank you to you for the gift memberships. Also, Mo Salah 100, thanks for your support. He says, been waiting for this day. That's what Mo said. Also, thanks to More Cowbell for subscribing on Twitch, and Jay Stevens FTW, and also Hera's daughter for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. Appreciate it. Jax Haku, thanks for subscribing on Twitch as well. And hey, I want to say thanks to our moderators. They are awesome. Over there on Twitch, we have Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, and Surly Dev. Thank you. On Facebook, K. Lowry Body is moderating. Margaret Riley. All of our moderators over there. Raven Lynn. Thank you. Thanks also to Diane Allworth for subscribing over there on Facebook. Thank you, Diane. Paul Anderson is modding too. Thanks, Paul. On YouTube, Ruth Krafasi is moderating. Beth Mythical, thank you. Sabrina, thanks so much. And Linda Belk and Larry moderating on X. So we're waiting for the Israeli military spokesperson to speak. But I think it's going to be in Hebrew. But we're going to watch it anyway. I don't think he's going to speak for that long, but you never know. That is supposed to start in about 2 minutes. Okay. Hang on, I am checking a couple things here. Give me a moment. Give me one moment. Oh, I saw this. I saw this report about how there was a new report about what happened with Sinwar, about how Sinwar was killed. I think it was Itay Blumenthal who posted it. Let me find that for you, if I'm remembering that right. Times of Alert, Times of Israel says drone catches wounded Sinwar's final moments before his killing by IDF. Hebrew media airs drone footage of a soldier involved in the killing of Sinwar. He says the IDF struck the building Sinwar was in with a missile and then sent a drone in to confirm he'd been killed. At this point, they didn't know it was Sinwar when the drone got in the building. Sinwar, with his face covered, tried to hurl an object and try to bring it down. At this point, additional fire was directed at Sinwar. Sinwar was found with cash, Mentos, and ID cards, among with other materials. So, I believe there is actually drone footage of him. Ynet says Sinwar tried with the rest of his strength to knock down the drone with a stick and then was killed by the collapse of the building on top of him. Yeah, there's these new details coming out. I have not seen that footage, the drone footage, but yeah, here is this I'm going to read you this account of it from Itay Blumenthal. Itay is with Channel 11. He says that at 10 a.m. yesterday, an Israeli soldier recognized a suspicious figure in a building and they fired on him. Then 5 hours later at 3 p.m., soldiers recognized from a drone 3 figures coming out of a building and trying to move from house to house. And 2 of them were covered with blankets and they went ahead of Sinwar. And the soldiers fired at those 2 people. They were wounded and began to disperse. They entered a building and then Sinwar went into another building. And at that point, he's alone in the building. And then a shell was fired into the building and 2 grenades were rolled into the building. And they had drones looking at the building. And then a drone saw a wounded person with a person with a wounded hand whose face was covered, a masked figure. The person, who I guess was Sinwar, recognized the drone was approaching him, took a piece of wood and threw it in the direction of the drone, and then Israeli soldiers fired a shell there, and then they entered the room the next day in the morning, and they saw it was Sinwar. I mean, it's a crazy story. I'm going to show you a link. I posted a link from Michael Horowitz where he posts a link to this photo, which is purportedly Sinwar with his face covered before he died. I guess maybe wounded taken from a drone. Oh, Devlin is saying maybe the IDF will show. I don't know that they'll show the whole video, but they might show like that photo or some of the video. I don't know. It says the post is unavailable. Hold on. The Michael Horowitz one? Maybe he reposted it or something. It should be there. The post should be there. It's fine. People are saying that it works. Well, I don't know if it's unavailable in some countries, but a bunch of people are saying that the link works. Oh, it's age restricted? Some people are saying it's age restricted. A bunch of people are saying it's work, so there's only so much I can do. There's also a post from Aurora Intel about a picture floating around of stuff that was found on him, including Mentos. Jerusalem Post posted it as well. I just posted another link in the chat. They say IDF drone footage shows a wounded masked Yahya Sinwar moments before his death. I posted another link in the chat as well. So there's literally drone footage of Sinwar, I guess with his hand hurt severely or shot off or something, and he was spotted on a drone right before he was killed. Crazy that exists. Yeah, people are saying that I'm seeing some reports that his hand at that point has been blown off or something. Anyways, it's pretty crazy. Maybe they'll talk about it. Maybe the Israeli military will talk about it in their statement coming up, which might be all in Hebrew. Thank you to Alf for your support. Thank you, Alf. I appreciate it. Thank you also, Hillside Trout Fishery. Thank you. Also, Adrian R. Thanks for your support, Adrian R. I got to see this again because people keep asking for it. I have had people over and over again say today, put on the border cameras from Israel. Again, I don't have them at all times. I don't have all the cameras at all the times. I don't have the border cameras right now. I'm not keeping like really incredible camera footage from you. So I only get certain cameras at certain times. Thank you, Robert Farrell, our new member. Heather Lynn, our member. Richard Foley, thanks so much for the sticker. Richard Foley, thanks for all of your support. Richard Foley, so kind of you. And another one from Richard. Richard, that's very generous of you. I really appreciate all your support. Richard Foley, another sticker. Thank you, Richard. That's really generous of you. Thank you, Richard Foley. And I think I thanked Adrian R. Thanks, Adrian R. If I didn't thank you for the gift memberships, Adrian R. Thank you. Hey guys, it's really starting to get too directory in the chat. Make this shot bigger, do this, mute this, switch to this. Enough of it, okay? I want to be able to look at the chat because I want to see what you guys are saying. I can't have it where it's just constant, like ordering me to do stuff like you're the director. It just makes it very unfun for me. So enough of it. I'm sorry to be a bit blunt, but sometimes the chat gets like that. It's gotten like that today. Enough. Again, we're waiting for the statement from the Israeli military spokesperson. You're looking at it right now. Any moment now, it's supposed to start. But it's pretty crazy that there's drone footage of... I bet there's a lot more drone footage of Yahya Sinwar getting killed. I mean, there's been a still shot that's been floating around on the web. While we wait here, Reuters says Biden and Harris say Hamas leader's death can help end Gaza war. President Biden and Vice President Harris said today the death of Hamas leader Sinwar set the stage for the return of Israeli hostages and an end to the war in Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said the war would go on. After months of starts and stops, ceasefire negotiations have not succeeded and have shown no signs of movement in weeks. Maybe that will change now, though. I don't know. Reuters says the ongoing conflict in the Middle East has been a political liability for the Biden administration ahead of the November 5th U.S. elections. Harris faces intense pressure from Arab American, Muslim, and liberal voters over her administration's weapons aid and diplomatic support for Israel amid conflicts in Gaza and Lebanon. In recent weeks, the Biden administration has publicly blamed Sinwar for stalling talks, but has also privately doubted Netanyahu's willingness to do a deal. Does Netanyahu want a deal? Stephen C. thinks the military will have unreleased stuff. Thank you so much to Hobgoblin for your support. Thank you, Hobgoblin. And Captain Jenks for the gift membership. So nice of you. Captain Jenks. I think I'm going to switch out my headphones. They're getting really low on battery. I got to switch to my other ones. Hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment. We might pause for a second while I take out my headphones. And I'll have to put my other ones on. All right, we're waiting for... I'll leave them off for a second. Well, I should put the other ones on. Let me put the other ones on. Okay. Any moment now, I guess, we're supposed to hear from the Israeli military guys. Thank you so much, Rule, for the gift memberships. Thank you, Rule. Barak Ravid reports, Israeli officials involved in negotiations over the hostage and ceasefire deal said it is too soon to know if Sinwar's death will allow for a breakthrough in the short term. Thanks so much to David L. as well. David L. and Blockbuster. Thank you, Blockbuster. Oh. IL Red Alert just found something from the Arabic language spokesperson for the IDF. Yes. The Avicii Adre says, soon we will show the last scenes of Yahya Sinwar before he was eliminated. Good find by IL Red Alert. Okay, here he's talking right now. Here we go. It's going to be in Hebrew, I think.
הערב אני רוצה קודם כל להתייחס לאירוע הקשה אמש עם כניסת החג במהלך פעילות של סיירת גולני בדרום לבנון בה נפלו 5 לוחמי צה"ל. רב סרן אופק בחר, סרן אלעד סימנטוב, סמל ראשון אלישיב איתן וידר, סמל ראשון יהודה דרור יעלום וסמל ראשון יעקב הלל, זיכרונם לברכה, שנפלו במהלך התקלות עם מחבלי חיזבאללה ו5 חיילים נוספים שנפצעו באורחים שונים. כוח של סיירת גולני נכנס למבנה רב קומות לסריקות לאיתור תשתיות טרור בהכוונה של מודיעין מדויק. במהלך הפעילות נתקל הכוח במספר מחבלים ובמקום התפתח קרב, בו חיסלו הכוחות את המחבלים זהו חלק מקרב במהלכו לוחמי חטיבת גולני כבשו כפר שחיזבאללה השתמש בתשתיות שלו, תוך שהם הורגים מחבלים, וחלק מהמחבלים נכנעו ללוחמי גולני.
Our viewers say that he is talking about the 5 soldiers that died in Lebanon in combat in South Lebanon, which the Israeli military released that info a little earlier today.
באירוע נוסף במהלך החג נפצעו 4 לוחמים מחטיבת המילואים מציוני, נפצעו קשה מירי נ"ט במהלך משימה להשמדת תשתיות טרור, ללחימה מחיר כבד. אלו לוחמים עזי רוח ואמיצים אשר פעלו ופועלים בחירוף נפש ונפלו בקרב על ביטחון מדינת ישראל. אתמול בתל סולטן ברפיח חוסל יחיא סינואר על ידי לוחמי צה"ל. צה"ל ושב"כ פעלו במשך חודשים להבאת מודיעין על מנת לחסל את יחיא סינואר, מנהיג ארגון הטרור חמאס ברצועת עזה ואחד ממייסדי הזרוע הצבאית של חמאס שתכנן והוציא לפועל את טבח ה7 באוקטובר. יחיא סינואר התחבא במרחב שכוחותינו חיתרו לאורך תקופה ארוכה. אנחנו לא ידענו שהוא שם, אבל המשכנו לפעול בנחישות. אמש הכוחות זיהו 3 מחבלים, בורחים מבית לבית במנוסה. כוחות בית הספר לחיר שהיו במרחב חתרו למגע ותקפו את המחבלים שהתפצלו ביניהם לאחר שנורו. יחיא סינואר ברח לבדו לאחד המבנים. כוחותינו סרקו באמצעות רחפן, אותו אתם יכולים לראות כאן בתיעוד בסרטון שאני מציג.
That's Sinwar, I think.
יחיא סינואר שנפצע ביד שלו מהירי, הוא נראה כאן רעול פנים. ברגעיו האחרונים משליך קרש עץ לעבר הרחפן. אנחנו זיהינו אותו כמחבל בתוך מבנה. ירינו למבנה ונכנסנו לסריקה. מצאנו אותו עם אפוד ואקדח ו40,000 שקל.
וואו.
הוא היה במנוסה, ברח, וכוחותינו חיסלו אותו. עם המחבלים שחיסלנו לא היו חטופים. הכוחות צורקים כעת במרחב. הכוחות בשטח נוהגים בזהירות המתבקשת לשמירה על ביטחון כוחותינו. צה"ל ושב"כ פעלו בנחישות במרדף אחר סינואר לאורך חודשים, וסגרנו עליו. סגרנו עליו מעגל לאחר מאמץ מתמשך. במשך החודשים האחרונים זיהינו עקבות על מקומות הימצאו, מעל ומתחת לקרקע. עקבות אלה לא הבשילו ללכידתו. היום ניתן לומר כי לאחר בדיקה שנערכה אנחנו יכולים לאשר שה-DNA של סינואר נמצא במנהרה תת-קרקעית כמה מאות מטרים מהמנהרה בה נרצחו 6 החטופים בסוף אוגוסט. גם הערב, בליבנו ומחשבותינו, 101 החטופות והחטופים שעדיין מוחזקים בתנאים לא אנושיים בשבי החמאס זה שנה. אנחנו פועלים בכל המאמצים להשיב את כולם, החיים לבתיהם והמתים לקבורה. נמשיך לפעול ככל שנידרש כדי לייצר את התנאים בכל דרך לחזרתם. זהו יעד מרכזי ונמשיך לעשות הכל על מנת להשיגו. גם כעת פועלים בדרום לבנון, ברצועת עזה וביהודה ושומרון ובכל מקום שנדרש. פועלים לוחמים ומפקדים וימשיכו לפעול ולעשות כל מה שנדרש על מנת להבטיח את ביטחון מדינת ישראל. אני אענה על שאלות ולאחר מכן אומר כמה מילים באנגלית. שאלות.
יולן כהן, חדשות 12, האם יודעים מה מצב החטופים בעקבות החיסול והאם הם מזהים כבר שינויים בתוך מערך חמאס?
אנחנו נמשיך לעשות כל מה שאנחנו יכולים על מנת לייצר את התנאים להשבת החטופים מהר ככל הניתן. אנחנו ממשיכים לאסוף מודיעין במאמץ מרבי, גם שב"כ, גם אמ"ן, על מנת לדעת את מצבם של החטופים, וכך נמשיך לעשות ביתר שאת.
יואב בורוביץ' מכאן 11 וכאן רשת ב', האם יש בידי צה"ל מידע על מוחמד סינואר, אחיו של יחיא סינואר, והאם הוא עכשיו המבוקש מספר 1 ברצועת עזה?
אנחנו עוקבים אחרי כל מחבלי חמאס באשר הם. בוודאי המפקדים הצבאיים, ביניהם גם מוחמד סינואר שהזכרת אותו, אנחנו עוקבים אחרי מתחילת המלחמה ואנחנו ממשיכים לעקוב, וכמו שהוכחנו, צה"ל ושב"כ, סגרנו מעגל גם על יחיא סינואר, גם על מוחמד דף ועל מפקדים אחרים. אנחנו נמשיך במאמץ הזה, נמשיך במאמץ להגיע ולסגור מעגל עם כל מי שיש לו דם על הידיים ואחראי ולקח חלק ב7 באוקטובר.
יעל צ'חנובר, ynet וידיעות אחרונות. דובר צה"ל, האם ידוע לנו למה סינואר עלה לפני הקרקע? האם הוא ניסה לברוח מעזה?
מה שאני מבין ממה שראיתי בשטח זה שסינואר ככל הנראה שעה שם במרחב, באותו מרחב תת-קרקעי בקומפלקס, כמו שמצאנו את ה-DNA שלו כמה מאות מטרים מהמנהרה שבה נרצחו 6 החטופים, הוא שעה שם במרחב. כוחותינו סגרו על המרחב במשך תקופה ארוכה. ואני מניח שהוא היה בהימלטות, במנוסה. זז ממרחב תת-קרקעי לבתים, וניסה לברוח צפונה למרחבים יותר בטוחים, ואנחנו המשכנו בנחישות, בלי שידענו שהוא שם, או בלי שידענו בדיוק איפה הוא נמצא. המשכנו בנחישות לפעול במרחב הזה. פיקוד הדרום, בהתחלה זה האוגדה 162, אחרי זה עכשיו אוגדת עזה, המשכנו לפעול בנחישות, על מנת לראות שמחבלים לא בורחים מהאזור הזה, ושאנחנו לא מפספסים עוד משהו באזור. והמאמץ הזה, הערנות, הדריכות, הוכיחו את עצמם היום. ראינו את זה קורה בשטח, הוא זז, ברח מבית לבית. אנחנו איתרנו אותו כמחבל, סגרנו מעגל באופן מקצועי וחיסלנו אותו.
בר פלג הארץ, עכשיו כשסינואר חוסל, אז מה בעצם המשימה המרכזית של צה"ל בעזה? איך זה משרת את מטרות המלחמה, החיסול של סינואר? איך זה מקדם את חזרת החטופים? ובנוסף, לאחר המקרה שבו נרצחו 6 החטופים, האם הופקו לקחים?
אני חוזר חזרה על חלק מהשאלה שלך, כי יש בה כמה שאלות. מטרות המלחמה שצה"ל קיבל מממשלת ישראל, מהקבינט, הן ברורות. אחד זה השמדת הזרוע הצבאית של החמאס, ואנחנו פועלים בעניין הזה כמובן של החיסול של סינואר. זה הישג גדול מאוד במטרה הזו, אבל עדיין יש שם מפקדים, יש שם פעילים, ואנחנו נמשיך במשימה הזו. לצד הדבר הזה יש לנו משימה מאוד מאוד ברורה, לייצר את התנאים בשביל להשיב הביתה את החטופים מהר ככל הניתן. המשימה הזו היא יעד מרכזי. כמובן שהישג גדול כמו חיסול סינואר משרת גם את המשימה הזו, ואנחנו צריכים לראות שזה מתורגם לכדי מעשים. באשר למשימות אחרות, שזה משימות של להשיב הביתה את תושבי הצפון ותושבי הדרום בביטחון לבתיהם, אנחנו ממשיכים לפעול גם בשעות אלו, גם בפעולה קרקעית בלבנון, גם בפעולה בעזה וגם ביהודה ושומרון, בשביל להבטיח ביטחון לאזרחי מדינת ישראל. אני רוצה להגיד לכם שתדעו, צה"ל פרוס ומתוח עם לוחמי סדיר, אוגדות ואנשי מילואים במסירות גדולה מאוד עכשיו בכל הגזרות, ויש הישגים, יש גם מחירים כבדים ללחימה כמו שציינתי. אנחנו נמשיך לפעול למען המטרות האלה, בשביל להביא למטרות האלה מהר ככל הניתן, להחזיר את התושבים הביתה לבתיהם בביטחון, להשיב את החטופים אלינו הביתה מהר ככל הניתן, ולהמשיך לפעול כנגד אויבינו.
אודי דוד בן דוד, רדיו דרום, לגבי תוכנית האלופים של איילנד. עכשיו, אחרי שסינואר חוסל, האם בצה"ל שוקלים להפעיל אותה על מנת להביא לשחרור החטופים ומיגור החמאס?
הסיפור הזה של תוכנית האלופים הוא סמנטיקה לא נכונה וזה שגיאה. אנחנו לא משתמשים בשום תוכנית אלופים. לנו יש תוכניות צבאיות שלנו, של צה"ל. הן לא קשורות לשום תוכנית כזאת או אחרת שאתה ציינת. זה תוכניות שלנו. אנחנו עכשיו פועלים בעזה לפי תוכניות צבאיות. כמובן שזה תוכניות שמשלבות את הדין הבינלאומי ואת כל מה שנדרש, ואנחנו פועלים בצורה הזו, ואנחנו בג'באליה עכשיו פוגעים בתשתיות חמאס, לא נותנים לחמאס להשתקם בג'באליה, זה המיקוד שלנו. אנחנו נמשיך לפעול באופן הזה, בצורה מסודרת, מדויקת, לפי תוכניות צבאיות, לא נרפה, בשביל להשיג את המטרות הצבאיות, ונמשיך לפעול. כפי שעשינו כל הדרך, לפי הדין הבינלאומי, אנחנו מחויבים לעניין הזה, ואנחנו נמשיך לעשות כך בכל המאמצים, כפי שגם הדרג המדיני הנחה אותנו. הדרג המדיני גם הנחה אותנו למאמץ ההומניטרי, ואנחנו ממשיכים להכניס ציוד הומניטרי לעזה, לפי הנחיית הדרג המדיני. ככה אנחנו פועלים לאורך כל המלחמה, וכך נמשיך לפעול. אני אעבור עכשיו למספר מילים באנגלית. Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas terrorist organization, who was responsible for the October 7th massacre, is dead. Sinwar was responsible for the most brutal attack against Israel in our history, when terrorists from Gaza invaded Israel, massacred Israelis in their homes, raped our women, burned entire families alive, and took over 250 men, women, children, and babies hostage into Gaza. 101 hostages still remain in captivity in brutal conditions. For the past year, Sinwar tried to escape justice. He failed. We said we would find him and bring him to justice, and we did it. It was Yahya Sinwar who decided to wage war with Israel, while hiding behind civilians in Gaza. Since the beginning of this war that Sinwar started on October 7th, we've said, our war is with Hamas, not with the people of Gaza. And we mean it. We are working to increase the amount of humanitarian aid, including food, water, and medicine, that goes into Gaza, to the people of Gaza who are suffering because of Yahya Sinwar. On this day, our thoughts are with the families of those murdered or kidnapped because of Sinwar. We bow our hearts, heads, and remember, we bow our heads and remember our brave soldiers who paid their ultimate sacrifice to defend the people of Israel. Our work is not done. We will not rest until we bring home all our hostages by any means, and we will continue to operate until we complete all our missions in defense of the people of Israel. Thank you.
Okay, we got some English at the end. So we saw some drone footage in that presentation. They're literally, I'm going to post the link again in the chat, but the IDF released drone footage of Sinwar's last moments when he had been wounded and a drone flew into the building and they didn't know it was him. And he took a stick and he tried to throw it at the drone. And soon after that, the IDF killed him. But I will post a link again to the drone video. I'm not going to show it again. I don't want to keep showing it, but you can go look at it. I'm going to post a link to it. I also posted it on my X account as well, but I'm posting it in the chat right now. Drone video. So it's crazy. Did it not post on YouTube? Hold on a second. For some reason, that's not working. Hold on. Posting it there right now. So you can go and watch it. It's crazy. I mean, he's just like sitting in the he found like a love seat in a building that's been blown up partially. I just posted it. I literally just saw it in the chat. People are saying it's not in the YouTube. I can see it in the YouTube chat. It's there. I can see it in the YouTube chat. You guys can't see it? Then something's not working, because I literally just posted it in the YouTube chat and I can see it. I can read it. I'm looking at the chat. Really? Maybe it's just not posting. Doesn't make any sense. try something again. Well, it's very confusing. I see it in the chat. And I posted it. It's so weird. I just posted it again. And it worked. I just used it. I just posted it and I clicked on it and it worked. Oh, there it is? Okay. All right. It got posted. Yeah, so you can watch it 10 times if you want. But it's crazy. It's just like that's how it ended up, is that he was wounded and like sitting in some building where that was probably, you know, some family probably that was where they lived until before like a year ago. And now Yahya Sinwar ends up sitting on one of their chairs after being severely injured and tries to throw a stick at the drone. Unbelievable. I'm sure they have the video of more of that they just haven't released. They probably have video from where he got killed. Wow, just crazy. Just crazy. Oopsie. I don't even have like any video to show you right now. There's all these other video things going on. Oh, President Biden landing in Berlin. Anyways, thanks, by the way, to JAD for your support and Rick D for more gift memberships. Thank you, Rick D. So nice of you. Fred Witherow as well. Thank you. And David L. Thanks so much. Papa Beard said he knew at that point he was done for. I'm guessing he did. Again, what was I going to say? I mentioned the drone video. I was going to mention something else. I can't even remember what I was going to talk about. Hang on. Oh, yeah, I was going to just tell you again this account of what happened. According to Itay Blumenthal, who is with, oh, we got this back. Now that's back from Khan Yunis. Hang on a second here. Yeah, that's in Khan Yunis. According to Itay Blumenthal with Channel 11 Israel, he's reporting that, and I've seen some similar reports. I don't know if this came directly from the military, but he says that what happened is at 10 a.m. yesterday, a soldier, just to summarize, a soldier recognized it, saw a suspicious figure in a building in southern Gaza and fired on him. Then about 5 hours later, the soldiers saw on a drone 3 figures coming out of the building and trying to move from house to house. And 2 figures, they didn't know it was Sinwar at the time, but 2 figures were moving ahead of the other figure. 2 figures covered with blankets. They went ahead of the other person. The soldiers fired at them. Those 2 figures, those 2 people were injured and began to disperse. And they went into one building, and then Sinwar went into another building. So Sinwar was in a building by himself, and then they fired shells at the building. They threw grenades into the building. And then at that point, they flew the drone into the building, and they saw what we saw in the drone footage, which is the masked man who was Sinwar, but they didn't know it at the time, and he threw a stick at the drone. And then the soldiers fired a shell, maybe like a tank round, into that room. And then in the morning, the next morning, I guess they found his body. So shortly after, according to that account from Itay Blumenthal, by the time he was of the drone footage, he has been severely injured. I think he's covered with dust, and you can see there's a bunch of damage in the place. But I believe that the building ended up collapsing. I believe he died yesterday. Yes. This is Khan Yunis, Gaza. Just showing it, just to show it. But it does sound like shortly after that drone footage, they fired a shell into that room and just blew it up. Khan Yunis is in southern Gaza. And then, in the photos we've seen of him from today, of his body, he has like a hole in his head. Again, I have posted the drone video on my X account, @Lookner. You can go see it there. It's really unbelievable. Thank you, Alex S., for your support. Alex S. and K. Rando. Thank you. In Truth Addiction TV, thanks for being a member. I wonder if other drone video will end up leaking out. It really is unbelievable. Well, we'll see. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if other stuff comes out, but Ariel Oserin from I-24 English says that the IDF said that 40,000 shekels were found on Sinwar's body. 40,000 shekels is about $10,000 US. So the IDF said that he had about $10,000 worth of Israeli money on him. I don't know why he had that money or why he would need it or whatever. Maybe that's how they paid people in Hamas or something. I'm not sure. Maybe he always just carried it with him. Oh, here, guys, here's a post from from the Arabic language IDF spokesperson, which I just translated. He says, how did we eliminate Sinwar? Yesterday, our forces spotted 3 terrorists in the Tal al-Sultan neighborhood fleeing from one house to another in an attempt to escape and took the initiative to clash with them, attacking the terrorists. Yahya Sinwar fled alone to a building where our forces surveyed the area using a drone. In his last moments, he was seen masked, throwing a wooden plank towards the drone. After identifying him as a terrorist inside the building, we opened fire on the building and carried out a combing operation. We found him wearing a flak jacket with a gun and 40,000 shekels. I'll post a link to the video one more time. Oh, is there another video? I can't play this one. I think there's a new one. Why was he dusty? Because I think he had already been fired at. There had already been explosives fired at him. I have a statement from the IDF. Oh, it's the same statement I think he read. So it's just a statement that Hagari read in the press conference. It's just a transcript of what he said. Not the short statement he said at the end in English, not the long statement. I don't know exactly what he said before that in Hebrew. Oh no. I'll play the English video announcement again too. Let me just play this again. Hold on. We already saw it, but I'll just play the English language announcement again. Here.
Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas terrorist organization, who was responsible for the October 7th massacre, is dead. Sinwar was responsible for the most brutal attack against Israel in our history, when terrorists from Gaza invaded Israel, massacred Israelis in their homes, raped our women, burned entire families alive, and took over 250 men, women, children, and babies hostage into Gaza. 101 hostages still remain in captivity in brutal conditions. For the past year, Sinwar tried to escape justice. He failed. We said we would find him and bring him to justice, and we did it. It was Yahya Sinwar who decided to wage war with Israel while hiding behind civilians in Gaza. Since the beginning of this war that Sinwar started on October 7th, we've said our war is with Hamas, not with the people of Gaza. And we mean it. We are working to increase the amount of humanitarian aid, including food, water, and medicine, that goes into Gaza, to the people of Gaza who are suffering because of Yahya Sinwar. On this day, our thoughts are with the families of those murdered or kidnapped because of Sinwar. We bow our hearts, heads, and remember, we bow our heads and remember our brave soldiers who paid their ultimate sacrifice to defend the people of Israel. Our work is not done. We will not rest until we bring home all our hostages by any means, and we will continue to operate until we complete all our missions in defense of the people of Israel. Thank you.
All right, that was the Israeli military spokesperson. Hang on a moment here. Oh, hold on a moment. Give me one moment. Give me one moment here. Sorry. I want to try to show something to you. I'm trying to show something to you here. This is something else, but I do want to mention this as well. Washington Post says, in Israel, Sinwar's death is met with joy and renewed hope for hostages. That is from the Washington Post. The death of Hamas leader the Israeli military said today it had killed Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, the architect of the deadly October 7th attacks on Israel. the commander of Hamas's ongoing battles in Gaza and one of the world's most wanted men. His death, which the army said was confirmed by DNA analysis, marked a major milestone in Israel's years-long campaign to crush Hamas, while also raising critical questions about the direction of the conflict and the future of the war-ravaged enclave. Though Israeli officials had believed for months Sinwar was hiding in the militant group's expansive network of tunnels, likely surrounded by hostages, he was killed above ground yesterday alongside 2 other Hamas operatives in a firefight near the southern city of Rafah. After a year of relentless hunting, the Israeli military found him by chance. News of his death spread at the end of the first day of Sukkot, the Jewish holiday that was interrupted by the Hamas rampage just over a year ago, leading to celebrations across Israel. Beachgoers in Tel Aviv erupted in cheers. Families of soldiers killed in Gaza posted videos of themselves dancing with pictures of their lost relatives. Flag-waving celebrants filled a traffic circle in Carmel. Hostage families, meanwhile, used the occasion to beseech the government once more to reach a ceasefire agreement in Gaza and allow their loved ones to come home. Yohanan Plesner, president of the Israel Democracy Institute, said the event was a major milestone in Israel's fight in Gaza and could change the dynamics around ceasefire talks and military strategy. Sinwar's death and the graphic pictures of his body that flooded social media would provide Israel with a crucial victory image, he said. It would have been very difficult to declare an end to the war with Sinwar still in Gaza running Hamas, Plesner said. No one thinks Hamas is going to vanish, but this could bring the war on the southern front, if not to an end, at least much closer to an end. In Gaza, too, where Israel's war has led to a humanitarian collapse, there were expressions of relief and, more discreetly, even of pleasure. Many citizens are happy about his death, a resident of Gaza who has been displaced multiple times told the Washington Post, speaking on condition of anonymity for fear of reprisals by Hamas. They believe he played a significant role in the destruction of Gaza. A mother of 2 children, Najwa Awaja, said she had not wished for Sinwar to be killed, but that what matters to me and everyone here in Gaza is for the war to end. Yet those hopes appeared premature. The war, my dear ones, has not yet ended, said Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel. Toward the end of his remarks tonight, a sentiment shared by others across the political spectrum. Benny Gantz, a rival of Netanyahu who left the war cabinet in protest of Netanyahu's leadership earlier this year, posted on X that the IDF will continue to operate in the Gaza Strip for years to come, signaling the longest war in Israel's history was likely to grind on. Sorry for the noise there, but I'm trying to get something to show you. Sinwar, says the Washington Post, survived a year of devastating airstrikes and the deployment of tens of thousands of ground troops across the tiny enclave of Gaza. Intelligence agencies said he lived chiefly in the tunnel network he ordered built throughout Gaza, typically near a shield of hostages. Israeli commanders thought they were closing in early February, and numerous times since then, only to have him elude their grasp. In the end, he was killed not in a tightly scripted commando mission, but in an unplanned fight that erupted Wednesday. The encounter happened because the army had stepped up activities in that part of southern Gaza, an Israeli official said. The specific incident was a coincidence, an Israeli official said, but we were in the area because we had intelligence that senior Hamas leaders were in the area. A former major general of the in the Israeli army attributed the killing to the fact that we were in every corner of the Gaza Strip, pushing on every attempt of Hamas to regroup and making him run from place to place. For the families of the 101 hostages still held in Gaza, only a few dozen of whom are still believed to be alive, the death of Sinwar was met with both joy and frustration. Since November of last year, when 105 captives were freed in a brief negotiated ceasefire, they had appealed in vain for an end to the fighting and the return of their relatives. They have blamed, in differing measures, both Sinwar and Netanyahu for failing to reach a compromise. The Hamas leader's death revived their hopes of a diplomatic breakthrough. Anyways, that's some reporting from the Washington Post on the death of Sinwar. And as I mentioned, there is drone video of Sinwar's last moments, which the IDF released after he had been wounded. And I just posted it again so you could see it if you have not. Oops, sorry, that's the wrong link. I just posted the wrong link. I posted a link to an article, not the drone video. I got to go to the drone video. Sorry about that. That link is not going to work for you, I don't think. Hang on. Let me get the link to the video. Let's try this again. Try this again. It's weird. It's like I can see it in the YouTube chat and people are saying it's not posting. I don't know why. Did it work that time? I'm literally looking at it. I'm looking at the chat and it's there. Hang on, let's see. See what people say. Somebody said they saw it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the chat. Maybe I got to refresh my chat. Oh, now people said they just saw it. There it is. People got it. They found it. That one went through. I'll pin it for a moment, but then I'm going to unpin it. I don't want it permanently pinned. You know what? There's a weird, I think I have to reopen my chat window. I think the chat window is getting kind of fidgety here. Sometimes that happens. Hey, thanks to Rule for the gift memberships. Thank you, Rule. Also, Skid Row Bach, who says this might be where the bargaining table begins. Thanks to our member Skid Row Bach. Also, Mark G. Thank you so much, Mark G. from the Netherlands, for your support. Also, I want to thanks so much to Kieran Wilson. I hope Kieran is joking. Kieran said, is it possible to put on the border videos, please? Could someone explain to Kieran in the chat what my response to that is going to be? I think Kieran didn't hear me the couple other times I discussed that. Again, I don't have all the videos all the time. I gotta run a scroll. I do not have all of the videos at all times. There's a Beirut one. I'm not gonna stay on. I can't stay on that much longer anyway. I'm exhausted, and I haven't eaten. But we'll talk a little more. Thank you, V2 plus 10, for your support. I really appreciate that, V2 plus 10, and also P-Dub. Thank you, P-Dub. For your support. And Rick as well. Rick and W. Bester. Thanks for the gift memberships, Rick and W. Bester. Thank you. Let me see if I have any updates for you. Oh, and Joe Trusman actually, I read this before. Joe Trusman posted I told you what Itay Blumenthal reported about how the Israeli military found Sinwar. So Joe actually just posted the translation of it. So I'll post a link to that too in the chat. Oops, sorry. AP says Sinwar's killing opens up opportunity and much uncertainty for the war in Gaza. Look. Israel's killing of Yahya Sinwar, Hamas's top leader and the mastermind of the October 7th attack, is a dramatic turning point in the brutal year-long war that it touched off. Sinwar's killing decapitates Hamas, a group that has already been reeling from months of assassinations up and down its ranks, and it's a potent symbolic achievement for Israel in its battle to destroy Hamas. The killing coming just 10 days after Israel and Palestinians marked a year since the deadliest fighting in their decades-old conflict erupted could set the stage for how the remainder of the war plays out, or even prompt its conclusion, depending on how Israel and Hamas choose to proceed, says AP. His death could serve as an off-ramp for Israel toward ending the war. Sinwar spent years building up Hamas's military strength and is believed to have devised the October 7th attack. With him at the top of their wanted list, his death is a major achievement for Israel. Analysts say his killing has presented Israel, which has struggled to articulate an exit strategy from Gaza, with an off-ramp to end the war. Nomi Bar Yaakov at Chatham House said, "This would really be the cherry on the icing of the cake for Israel. It should be easier to reach a deal." I think they're talking about, like, politically, they can say to the Israeli people, look what we've done. Yes, with the architect of the October 7th attacks eliminated, Prime Minister Netanyahu could now tell Israelis that one of the war's aims has been reached. Politically, that might allow him to be more flexible on a ceasefire deal that ends the war in exchange for the hostages, a condition he has so far refused to accept, at least in part, critics say, because it could threaten his rule. Analysts said the achievement was such a game changer that it was an opportunity for Israel to signal it is ready to end the fighting rather afield in the region, including in Lebanon, where Israel is battling Hezbollah. The former head of Israel's National Security Council, Giora Eiland, said the opportunity to end the war entirely, as well as in Lebanon, it is entirely in our hands. He said Israel must use Sinwar's death to present its conditions for ending the wars on both fronts, Gaza in the south and Lebanon in the north. Remember, the whole reason that Israel is fighting in Lebanon right now is that Hezbollah has been attacking Israel for a year in support of Hamas. And Hezbollah has said, up until very recently, that it would not stop attacking Israel unless Israel reached a ceasefire in Gaza. So maybe we could have an end to the war on both fronts, as AP is saying. Khalid Elgindi from the Middle East Institute think tank cautioned that Netanyahu has shown few indications he is looking for an end to the conflict, with the army intensifying its operations in the north of Gaza in recent weeks. The war is not over yet, Netanyahu said in a video statement after the killing. Netanyahu rules Israel with the support of two far-right parties that have threatened to topple his government if the war ends under a ceasefire deal. They repeated their opposition to a deal after Sinwar's killing. They are also supporters of establishing Israeli settlements in the Gaza Strip, something Netanyahu has publicly ruled out. Netanyahu, who is on trial for alleged corruption, has also seen his political fortunes rise throughout the war after they plummeted in response to Hamas's attack last year. Prolonging the war allows Netanyahu to enjoy boosts of support after whatever successes he notches. Also, it avoids a reckoning which is expected to come in the investigation in Israel and fully looking into the causes of October 7th. AP says other top Hamas officials may be more pliable. Sinwar was seen as a hardliner with close ties to Hamas's armed wing, and throughout repeated ceasefire negotiations with Israel was seen as having the final word on any agreement for Gaza and the release of dozens of Israeli hostages. Sinwar's positions were directly at odds with Israel's. He stuck to demands for the release of hundreds of Palestinian prisoners, the full withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza, and a lasting ceasefire, even as more than 42,000 Palestinians have been killed in the ongoing war, according to local officials, and much of the territory left in ruins. According to El Jindi, Sinwar's death will likely give more flexibility and control to the group's political leadership in Qatar. These leaders could be more responsive to pressure from Qatar, a key mediator that hosts some of Hamas's top leaders. Unlike Sinwar, these leaders are also not in hiding in Gaza, which could speed up progress on a deal. Hamas leaders have proved replaceable in the past. For Hamas, Sinwar's killing leaves a gaping hole in the militant group's leadership, with its future in Gaza and beyond uncertain. It is a symbolic blow for a group already reeling from multiple assassinations of its leaders. An Israeli airstrike killed its deputy leader, Marwan Issa, in March. Ismail Haniyeh, Hamas's former political leader, was assassinated in Tehran in July in a strike blamed on Israel, in a blast blamed on Israel. Then in August, Israel said it killed Hamas's military chief, Mohammed Deif, in an airstrike. El Jindi, one of the experts the AP talked to, called Sinwar's killing a major blow to Hamas, but he added it was not fatal since everyone is replaceable. Still, with so many leaders and commanders killed, at this point it's not clear who could fill his shoes. So will this killing of Sinwar help and lead to a ceasefire in Gaza and a hostage deal, and who knows, maybe even a ceasefire in the north, where Israel is fighting Hezbollah in Lebanon? Do not know. Red Trek, our viewer, says the deal that ends the war is when Hamas gives up. KC says, I don't think Netanyahu is doing this for political reasons. I think he is genuinely concerned with Israel's long-term safety. Sabeli thinks Sinwar was a major obstacle in a hostage deal. Jesse's girl says no ceasefire till hostages are released and Hamas surrenders. Shaked says, what time is tonight's coverage? I gotta sleep and eat at some point. I'm going to be wrapping up this one soon. I have to, unfortunately. Excessive Force says, I think it'll do the opposite. It won't move this towards its conclusion. Arsh Locke thinks Israel's government wants to destroy Hezbollah and Hamas once and for all. Poor Kamix thinks unconditional surrender should be the only option. I also have no idea how this will impact the Iran strike. As I mentioned, I do think there's a chance that Israel delays their retaliation against Iran for Iran's missile attack to let all of this play out and see what happens. I might be wrong about that, but I think this might delay the response to Iran. Helen Anderson says, how many people do the IDF and Netanyahu have to kill before they are satisfied? Innocent people the most. Thank you, by the way, to Michael King. Michael King thinks President Biden's statement implies Israel will no longer have reasons to continue the war. Incredible maneuver by the U.S. to end this war. We read that statement earlier. You know what? If it was earlier in the stream, I would get into that right now, but hopefully you understand I'm not going to go back into the statement right now. Thank you to Rick D thanks Rick D and UV for the gift memberships, by the way. Thank you, Rick D and UV. And also Michael King. Again, thanks, Michael King. I appreciate that. Thanks for the comment. Jensen Sarpy, our new member, thank you. And Rain Tarrant and Don Green. Thanks for your support. Rain Tarrant, Don Green, and Sherry Riddle. Thank you, Sherry Riddle. I think I thanked Shauna Brennan and Troy Vernon for the gift memberships. Thank you. And also Jim Rudder. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate that. Jim Rutter. Thank you, Jim. The Washington Post reported that Sinwar's body was discovered approximately 170 yards from active Israeli military positions. Jake Godin, a Bellingcat researcher, first geolocated the house. The village he was found in, Tel al-Sultan, had been largely destroyed and depopulated since Israeli troops assaulted it in May and proceeded to occupy the area. Thanks also, Yo-Yo, for the gift memberships. I really appreciate that, Yo-Yo. Thank you. Also, Stephen Verhoeven from New Zealand. Thanks for your support. And Namaxwe, thanks for gifting a sub on Twitch. Namaxwe1 and also Sketty Sandwich. Thank you for gifting a sub. Namaxwe gifted a few subs. Thank you, Namaxwe. I'm sorry I missed that. I'm behind over there on Twitch. Thanks, Namaxwe, for all the gift subs on Twitch. That's really nice of you. And Sketty Sandwich. And thanks, Warlord Wolf, for your support on Twitch, and also Absic Lichys Versian. Thanks for your support on Twitch as well. Also, thanks to I Got That Fire for subscribing on Twitch. Will B says that drone footage of Sinwar is crazy. Oh, the New York Times also reported that it was a unit of trainee squad commanders who unexpectedly encountered Sinwar while on an operation in southern Gaza. So I know people have been writing to me too. It's been a busy stream today. Has Hamas made a statement yet? I haven't seen one. I'm not sure, but I haven't seen one. But I don't know. Yeah, there's a new video, and I can't show this on the air. There's a new very graphic, hold on. There's a new graphic video of Sinwar after he's been killed. And you can see that he actually didn't lose his hand. So his right arm was significantly wounded. From this video, you can see that. It has a big gash in it, but he didn't lose his hand. But he had a very big wound to his right arm. Looks like he lost a finger. I don't know when, though. So anyways, it's pretty crazy. It's too graphic. I can't show it. But what it does reveal is that he did have his arm, both of his arms at the end. So what I'm going to do, given that I know that now, I'm going to actually show you the drone video again. If I can here. Yeah, so this is the drone video. The drone video is not graphic like some of the photos and videos are. So I'll show you that one more time. This was released by the Israeli military, the drone video. And it just shows, like before he was eventually killed by the military. They didn't even know who he was at the time. So again, this is released from the IDF. The IDF, Israeli military, released this video. And at this point, he has apparently been wounded and then went into a building, and he's the only one in this building. The building looks like it's, it's a lot of the buildings in the area, I guess, are destroyed from before. So I don't know how much of this damage was just done, but it looks like maybe this, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the damage was done before that. But, so the drone flies in, and see, it's like this, somebody used to live there, obviously, and now it's just been destroyed. But there he is. He's just sitting there. He is sitting there. He's covered in dust, and he's wearing a mask. The drone is looking at him. It's just crazy. And then he's holding a stick in his left hand. Yahya Sinwar. See, it says Yahya Sinwar. And then he has a stick. And he throws the stick at the drone. And that's the end of the video. And shortly after that, I guess, is when they fired, they launched a shell into that building. And he was found just in rubble. But no, just to be clear, I double checked. So he is not missing his hand and he's not missing his arm, because I just saw a video, which I cannot show, of his body afterwards, where it shows that certainly his arm was wounded, but he was not missing the arm. I know it looks a little weird on the video. It looks like he may be missing part of his arm, but he's not. Again, he was wounded, but I saw a video which showed he still had both of his arms. Yeah, so I didn't want to show that if he was missing his arm, but in the video I saw, he was missing by the time he had died, he was missing one of his fingers. I don't know. That could have happened after this drone video, So. Anyways, it's just crazy. I am guessing that they have more video that they're not releasing. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, Tailspin reminded me. I forgot about this. I had read a report, which Tailspin mentioned, that they had cut off a finger of his. I think they might have been worried that the body was booby-trapped or something. I read some report before that said they took one of his fingers to help check for identity. I did see that before. So maybe that's why that finger was missing. I'm sorry to be a bit graphic, but I remember reading that in one of the reports I saw. I think we might have talked about it earlier. I don't remember, but I definitely read it earlier. So maybe that's why the finger wasn't there. I'd forgotten I'd read that. Oh, Netanyahu's statement in English?
Worst attack on the Jewish state.
Yes, thank you to Dadzilla who mentions we now have Netanyahu's statement in English, guys. Netanyahu's statement in English. Let's play this because we haven't heard this yet. This is from Prime Minister Netanyahu. Why am I hearing that? Okay. Here is what Prime Minister Netanyahu had to say in English.
One year ago, Yahya Sinwar, the terrorist chief of Hamas, launched the October 7th massacre. 1 year ago, Yahya Sinwar, the terrorist chief of Hamas, launched the October 7th massacre against Israel. It was the bloodiest attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust. It was the worst attack on the Jewish state since the founding of Israel. Sinwar's terrorists murdered in cold blood 1,200 people. That's elderly people, Holocaust survivors, children. They brutally raped women. They beheaded men. They burnt babies alive. And they took some 250 men, 251 women, men, and children hostage to the dungeons of Gaza. Today, the mastermind of this day of sheer evil is no more. Yahya Sinwar is dead. He was killed in Rafah by the brave soldiers of the Israel Defense Forces. While this is not the end of the war in Gaza, it's the beginning of the end. To the people of Gaza, I have a simple message. This war can end tomorrow. It can end if Hamas lays down its arms and returns our hostages. Hamas is holding 101 hostages in Gaza, who are citizens of 23 countries, citizens of Israel, but citizens of many other countries. Israel is committed to doing everything in our power to bring all of them home. And Israel will guarantee the safety of all those who return our hostages. But to those who would harm our hostages, I have another message. Israel will hunt you down and bring you to justice. I also have a message of hope to the peoples of the region. The axis of terror that was built by Iran is collapsing before our eyes. Nasrallah is gone. His deputy Muhsin is gone. Haniyeh is gone. Def is gone. Sinwar is gone. The reign of terror that the Iranian regime has imposed on its own people and on the peoples of Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and Yemen, this too will come to an end. All those who seek a future of prosperity and peace in the Middle East should unite to build a better future. Together, we can push back the forces of darkness and create a future of light and hope for all of us.
So that was Prime Minister Netanyahu.
1 year ago, Yahya Sinwar, the terrorist chief of Hamas, launched the October...
Stop playing. Stop playing. He said, Israel will guarantee the safety of those who return our hostages. I was just showing the Gaza feed because what happened with the killing happened in Gaza. This is Beirut, by the way. Hold on, just for the heck of it, I'll just switch this for the moment. But I'm going to have to wrap this up soon. Sorry, guys, but I got to. I'm going to have to eat and get some rest. Let me just make sure I'm not missing any big updates. Hold on a second here. So we will have to see. We will have to see what happens with how does this affect Gaza? Might there be a ceasefire? Could this affect what's going on in Lebanon? How does this impact Israel's response to Iran? This all remains to be seen. It's a huge event, but it all remains to be seen how it's going to impact everything. By the way, thanks to Faraday Fez, our new member, and for the gift membership. And also Yo-Yo for your support, Yo-Yo. Zinkman says, how does this affect the hostages, which I classify under, I didn't say it this time, but when I'm talking about Gaza ceasefire, I assume if there's a ceasefire in Gaza, it'll involve a hostage, a deal to return the hostages. Jen Wren says, too many questions, not enough answers. By the way, I have Ynet, according to Israel Radar, Ynet talked about the possibility of using Sinwar's body as a bargaining chip. Again, I don't know that the hostages are so valuable to Hamas and bargaining with Israel. I'd be surprised if they want to give up a lot of hostages for Sinwar's body. But who knows? Maybe they could get something back for it. I haven't seen that report. Israel Radar, who I follow, said that Ynet was talking about that. Anyways, that's a whole other interesting question. Who would want the body? Well, in theory, Hamas would want it. You know, I also think if you're Hamas, there's something to be said for, like, you want to get the body back to show people in Hamas that, like, you don't abandon people. And also, he was the leader of Hamas. Yeah, Israel Radar claims that Ynet is saying that Israel might want to, use it as a bargaining thing. So we'll see what happens with that. By the way, there's an announcement from Hezbollah. A new announcement from Hezbollah says that they are transitioning to a new and escalating phase in the confrontation with the Israeli enemy, which will be discussed in the course of the coming days. That was a statement 10 minutes ago from Hamas, from Hezbollah in Lebanon. They say the Islamic Resistance Operations Room announces the transition to a new and escalating phase in the confrontation with the Israeli enemy, which will be discussed in the course of the coming days. I don't know. So that was just announced. That was an announcement that Hezbollah put out about 15 minutes ago. I can see it in front of me. Again, I'll read it again. Based upon the directives of the resistance leadership, the Islamic Resistance Operations Room announces the transition to a new and escalating phase in the confrontation with the Israeli enemy, which will be discussed in the course of the coming days. I mean, I think they mean discuss it with the public. GLZ Radio says the IDF is investigating whether the gun found on Yahya Sinwar belongs to Lieutenant Colonel Mahmoud Khair ad-Din, one of the Special Operations Unit of Amman, who was killed in a battle during the special operations that got involved in Khan Yunis in 2018. I don't know who this person is. It's a little confusing. I think he was an IDF person. Yes, so according to GLZ Radio, the IDF is investigating whether the gun found on Yahya Sinwar was a gun that originally belonged to an Israeli soldier who was killed in a special operation in Gaza in 2018. That's according to Doron Kadosh of GLZ Radio. I didn't even realize how late it was Israel time. It's 12:30 a.m. Israel time. All right, guys. Guys, I'm calling it. I'm sorry. I have to call this stream. I have to start wrapping it up. I have to eat something. I haven't really eaten during the stream. And I also need to sleep some, because I didn't sleep that much. So I really appreciate you watching. There, of course, is going to be more news from the Middle East and other stories. I would love, believe me, I really would like to talk about this more and obviously take more of your comments on the air, but I have to make myself stop. I'm going to make myself stop right now and start wrapping up the stream, okay? But we will have more coverage for you. Subscribe and follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Agenda Free TV. And I really appreciate you tuning in, and I really appreciate people sending me updates and letting me read your comments. I'm sorry I couldn't get to more of them, and chatting and watching. So much appreciated. I will post updates when I'm not on the air on my X account. I've been posting stuff there during the stream too. At Lookner on X. Follow me there for breaking news updates. I will post a link in the chat to my X account. And more coverage to come. Let's thank our moderators. They are the best, and they are always here, and they are awesome, and they are the reason that we can have chat rooms. We couldn't have it with chat. We couldn't have our chats without the moderators. So I really appreciate them being here. Over on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, Mark and NC, Surly Dev, and all of our other mods over on Twitch. On Facebook, K. Larry Body, Ronald Egnor, Paul Anderson, Charlotte Webb, Raven Lynn, Margaret Riley, Valerie Gale Griffin, any others I might be missing over there. Thank you. Beth Shepard, Linda Belk and Larry on X, on YouTube, Ruth Krafasi, Beth Mythical, Sabrina, all of our mods who've been over there. Thank you so much to our moderators. Give them a shout. I really appreciate it. Thank you, mods. Chats were especially busy today, understandably. By the way, we have a notification system. Because I don't know when we're coming on the air. I didn't know we were coming on this morning, but this happened. So sign up to our free notifications so you get sent a notification every time we go live. The system we set up works really well. It's free. It's done through Discord. You can find, the mods will post a link to the notifications right now, and you can find the link in the video description of this broadcast, in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook as well. But sign up for the notifications. Huge thank you to everybody who donated. I just missed a couple right now. Richard Foley, thank you so much for all your donations, Richard, and the stickers. So kind of you, Richard Foley. Also, Fred Witherow, thanks our member for shouting out the mods and for being a member. The Vladinator from Australia, that is very generous of you. Thank you. Who thinks it's time to celebrate and for Israel to concentrate on a ceasefire. Jobs done and mission accomplished. Netanyahu should negotiate a ceasefire to rescue the hostages, resolve the war, and not escalate with respect to Iran. We'll see what happens. This could go a lot of different ways, it sounds like. So we'll have to see the Vladinator if that happens or if something else happens. Thank you so much to everybody who donated. It is really nice of you. You are the ones who allowed this channel to exist, who let me buy footage and everything. And so huge thanks to your support. I really, really appreciate it. If you ever want to donate to the channel, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. And also we have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. The Discord chat, it's free. It's the same link as the notifications. So check out the chat while you're there as well. What else? If you watch on YouTube and you subscribe over there, make sure you turn the notifications on YouTube. As another way of finding out when we're going live. On YouTube, you got to do this thing. You subscribe, and then you click the notifications bell. You activate the bell, and you choose all notifications. So if you're subscribing on YouTube, make sure you got the bell rung and chosen, and you've selected all. Also, a reminder, oops. Sorry. Hang on one second here. I'm tired, and I did something. That I want to fix. Okay, we're good. We're back. What was I going to say? Agenda Free TV on X. I post updates about the channel there. I post there when we're going live, scheduling updates. Follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. Hey, I owe a thank you, and I should have thanked you before. I apologize that I have not thanked our Twitch subscribers yet. I should have done it earlier. It was busy. It's my fault. Thanks to all of our Twitch subscribers like Lag Kills, Wall Street Shaggy, Ascertainment. I really appreciate your support. Jax Haku. Next time I'll do it earlier. Alyat Sion, Flumpingtons, Allistic, Nanok Q, Cosmic Leopard, I think it is, New Dragons, Absic Tilches Versehen, Ascertainment, Relila, thanks to Hera's Daughter, thank you subscribers, Ma Florida 22, The Polar Cat, Integrity Farmer Bob, Devil Doc, 007 Indiana Jones, thank you. The Left Lion, thanks to all of our Twitch subscribers, much appreciated. Digger66, Ace High, thank you. Twitch subscribers. The Sugaro, thank you. Facebook subscribers too. Sorry I didn't get to you earlier. Some of you I got to, but not all of you. Diane Allworth, Kay Lowry Body, Eve Richards, Lou Green, Robert Rial II, all of our subscribers. Margaret Riley, thanks to all of our Facebook subscribers. Very much appreciate all of your support over there. Thank you. And our YouTube members, of course. Eric Johnson, Nina R., Ryboy, just to name a few. Rick, Mama of 6, Nicholas A., Yoav O., Winding Road, Nina R., Snicker Beans, JD63, Zinkman, Beep Beep, My Dog Daisy, Ken Alloway, Marissa Pugliese, Eve Ray, Alexandra Sabale, Rick D, Voyage, Fred Flintstone, Gringo, Pink Volo, Zen Master, D Maynard, Lee Russell, Harper Ann, Nina R, and all of our other YouTube members. Thanks. Quentin from Astoria, M. Smalley Wog, Paul Purton, Mama 457 Rose, Joe Hart, and all of our other our viewers like Tanith, Pork Chalk Lollipop, Truth Will Set You Free, our member, Ruben Palma, Kerry Poteet, our member, Margaret Da Silva, I saw the suggestion for an emote in Twitch. I'll consider it. We got to get a few more emotes going and emojis. California Boy, thanks for watching. Chrissy is Crazy. Porcamix. Jock Hollander, Ann Bowman, Audrey Burbank, D. Schmidt, Cami Duda. More news. I'm sure we will be covering this again really soon because there's more and more news developing. But I need to take a break. Okay, guys, I am making myself stop. I am making myself stop. IL Red Alert mentioned, one of our viewers sent me, one last thing I'll leave you with. Our viewer sent me this. Who was it? I can't remember. From Ryan Desirwa mentioned that IL Red Alert gave a heads up about CNN reported that a source said Israel's retaliation against Iran could come within days. Might it get delayed by all of this? I have no idea. Anyways, huge event today, huge news. Israel killing the Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar in Gaza. We will see how this affects things in the coming days and weeks And I'm sure we'll have more coverage, and there's an election coming up too. Thank you again, everybody. Richard Foley, Buffalo Women, Winding Road, George, everybody else for watching. That is it for now. Again, I really appreciate you watching the channel. And thanks also to all of our moderators as well. Really appreciate our moderators today. That is it for now. Thanks for watching our coverage of Israel killing Yahya Sinwar, leader of Hamas. We will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.